Hello, welcome everyone. I think we're probably have a full house here in terms of who's going to be joining us, and we're all set. I guess for those of you who still haven't seen Sue yet, if you could see Sue to take care of your lunch arrangements, that would be great. For those of you who are listening online, thank you very much for joining us. This is the meeting for the Accountability Peer Groups for Universities. We're very happy to have all of you with us. We've got a couple folks just joining in now. Thank you for coming. Please come sit at the front. We've got room on the dais. I think we have about 17 or 18 folks who are going to come in, so we're going to try to keep this nice and close so we can have a good conversation. Thank you so much. That's fine, and we've got some microphones back there. I would want to mention to everyone that the meeting is being broadcast to the folks who received the information, so we want to be conscious of that, and I believe we're taping it so that we can go back and get additional information if we need to. This is obviously an important meeting for all of us this year because we're moving into a new phase at the coordinating board with a new state higher education plan. I also wanted to mention that since we have several people who have joined us online, that I think it would be very helpful for those of you who are here and those listening in if you identify yourself before you speak. We have a situation where we have left it so that those of you who are listening online can chime in with questions. If we have a problem where if you put your phone on hold incorrectly, we can get Muzak and other background music, fight songs for your institutions and all of that, and that happens sometimes. If that does happen, we're going to have to mute everyone, but we are set up so that you can email questions to Gabriela Borkaman, and we'll be happy to respond to them. And we're going to put up that contact information in a moment, so you'll see where to send your questions or comments. So we're hoping we won't have that problem with background noise, and when I will make it clear when we're moving into an area where folks can ask questions, so that those of you who are listening online can just jump in. And again, please remember to identify yourself and your institution so that we have that, that we have that information for those who are listening in. They'll know who's speaking. Okay, well, first, I'd like to just take a minute to do introductions so everyone knows who's joined us. I think we're fortunate in that every institution was going to send a representative either here or was going to have someone listening online. So thank you to all the institutions that made the effort to have someone here today. We really want to make sure that we get feedback from all of our universities in this process. And we'll go around the room in a minute, but I did want to introduce Bill Abasolo, who's here sitting to my right. Bill is our new Director of Strategic Planning Analysis here at the Coordinating Board. So he's taking over in a role that I once had, and I think you'll be hearing a lot from Bill. He's directly supervising the accountability process in terms of our redesign of our interface, our online interface, as well as working closely with the accountability group. So I wanted to make sure for those of you who didn't get to meet him at TARE that you had the opportunity to see Bill. He'll be doing some of the presenting today, and moving forward, he'll be very involved with these groups and the work of these groups. I also wanted to introduce Chris Hamilton, who's on my left. He's new on the staff in strategic planning and funding. He is a program director, and he has also been working very closely with Bill and on the accountability work, as well as on the Almanac. So those of you who did review new Almanac data, Chris was very involved in that process and has learned a lot. In the 6 weeks he's been here, he's learned a great deal about Texas higher education data and measures. So we're very happy to have him. And I am Julie Eklund, and I am the Assistant Commissioner for Strategic Planning and Funding. And again, I'm happy to have all of you here. So I think let's just take a minute for each of you to introduce yourselves and what institution you're from, and then we'll jump into the content of the meeting.
Hi, I'm Tammy Rice from Texas State University.
I'm Joe Meyer from Texas State University.
And I'm Beth Weiss from Texas State University.
Vicki West, Texas Tech University.
A&M University, Corpus Christi.
Laura Mancilla from Texas A&M University, Corpus Christi.
And Mary Sherwood, Texas A&M University, Corpus Christi.
Tung Ai Zhang, University Houston, Victoria.
Sharon Bailey, University Houston, Victoria.
I don't think your mic is working. Try again.
Juan Sanchez, Texas A&M University, Galveston. Steve Wilkerson, University of Texas, San Antonio.
James Ward, Texas Southern University.
Okay, we'll see if the mic in the back is working with the two gentlemen in the back.
Yes, I'm Dwayne Snyder from Tarleton State University in the Provost Office.
That is working. Wonderful. Welcome.
Michael Haynes, Institutional Research, Tarleton.
Thank you very much. And for those who've joined us, we won't do introductions, but again, if you would like to speak, if you could say your name first before you make comments. I think it might be a little difficult to try to do introductions online. And we do have a list of those of you who are attending, so we have that available and know that you're with us. Again, thank you. I think we'll move into our presentation. Here we go. So I mentioned before that we may need to mute, so those who are listening online, please be very careful not to put us on hold so that we get your elevator music. Gabrielle Borkeman is here with us today, and I didn't introduce her earlier. I think she's here. She's in the back. There's Gabriella. Gabriella also works in the Strategic Planning and Funding Division. She's been with us many years and worked very closely with the accountability groups. Today, Gabriella is going to be the person that you need to email if you have any questions during the process. We also are going to have some time during the day where we're going to stop the formal meeting and let folks gather together in groups and talk a little bit about measures and give us some feedback. So during that time, the folks who are listening in are going to be able to email comments and suggestions to Gabriella. So it's important that you get that information down there for how to reach Gabriella. Again, her email address is on the screen. It's gabriella.borkeman@thhecb.state.tx.us. So that's available if you need it. And then in terms of lunches, we took care of that. So let's move to the agenda. We're going to spend a little bit of time after we finish the introductory period talking about our new state plan 60 by 30 text. But for those of you who are here, can I see a show of hands? How many of you have heard a presentation on our new plan yet? It's just about everybody. I thought that might be the case. And so I am going to present a shortened version of that. We might have some folks listening in who haven't heard the formal presentation, and I would like to walk through it just to kind of remind everybody of where we are. We left copies of the plan right at the front of the room. They're by Diane Ergel, who I also should probably introduce. Diane is sitting at the back of the room, and she's our data specialist who runs many of our measures for the accountability system. We thought it would be great to have her here today, so if we get into discussion about whether something's doable or how it's been done in the past, she's going to be available to help us answer questions. But right by Diane back there, we've got copies of the new plan for everyone, so please do take one if you didn't take one coming in. We also have almanacs available. This time of year, they're happy for us to give away almanacs. At the beginning of the year, we never know if we're going to have enough, but now for the 2015 almanacs, we're nearing the end of the time frame for that. The new almanac will be out in May or late April, so we wanted you to go ahead and help yourself to those if you'd like to take one back to your campus. And I think also it'll be helpful to have the almanacs today in the plan. You might want to take a look as you're having your discussions, as we're talking about measures moving forward. You might want to look and see, hey, how is that characterized in the almanac? Wasn't there something in there I thought I wanted to take a look at or mention? So I thought it'd be important to have those. Okay, so moving on, so I will do a brief overview of the 60 by 30 text plan, and then Bill is going to give you an overview of our the new interface for the accountability system. Most of you have spent a lot of time over the last 12 years in our current accountability system interface, and it has served our purposes very well, but I think you'd all agree it's probably getting a little dated in terms of the look and feel. So we're very excited we're going to have a new interface online for accountability, and he'll be talking a little bit about that because it's going to be structured a little bit differently than what we have now, and I think it'll be important for you to understand that as we move into our discussions of the measures and possible measure modifications. We're going to jump into the discussion of the the measures, as I said before, we'll start with our key measures. We'll work as a group, but we'll also break out some. I think it can be helpful for folks to work independently, digest some of this, think about some of this. So we'll kind of go with the flow in terms of that work, but we will be talking about key measures first. We will have a lunch break. We've kept it to 45 minutes, thinking most people have ordered lunch and are going to be eating here. I will also mention that our events committee just happened to be doing a March Madness event in our break room today, and they're going to be selling sausage wraps and Frito pies and all those things that are really healthy, and they're doing it so that we can, I think, get some new equipment for our agency gym, which I think is really an interesting combination. But in any case, I thought I'd mention that so that if you didn't order a lunch and you were hungry, you're welcome to buy something from our little fundraiser that we have happening from our events committee today. And then after lunch, we're going to move into the contextual measures. We'll take a break at some point from that 1:15 to 3:15, but we didn't want to set a time. We'll do it somewhere in the middle. We kind of want to see how the pacing goes for that. I also have brought with me, and I know many of you were at TARE, but I brought a portion of some of the legislative updates we did at TARE. If we're really efficient today, or we feel like, we've gotten where we need to go for the meeting today, then I will take the time to do some updates of some other things that are happening at the agency. But we didn't want that to be the bulk of the meeting today. We really wanted to keep the time free to have a robust discussion about the accountability system measures and moving into our new 60x30 text era. And so after that, we'll have a summary. We may or may not have another meeting. This is important work, and it could be that after today we feel like there's many things that we still want to talk about, and that might end up just institutions providing feedback via email. Us kind of sharing what was done today and people providing additional feedback. I think folks might want to go back to their leadership with some of the things that were discussed. So whether we do a webinar, which is what we've talked about, maybe something where everyone could call in and we could work that way and kind of share feedback we've gotten, whether we have another meeting, or whether we just do kind of a back and forth interaction with everyone so that people are able to share additional ideas they've had or thoughts. We do expect that there will be some additional work done after this meeting. So and obviously there'll be additional work at the coordinating board as we take in all of the suggestions and think about, what priorities are for the accountability system. So I wanted everyone to be aware of that this is not going to be the final say today by the end of the meeting, that this is where we are going to be in terms of our measure modifications that we might make or moving forward. But this is think of it as the beginning of an important conversation that we expect will continue over the next several weeks. So I hope that's also helpful to give everyone some context of how we're seeing this. Okay, so that said, let me jump in, and we will do our short version of our presentation of the plan, because I think it is important to remind people of where we are. And I will make occasional comments especially about the measures in the goals and the targets in the plan, because you will see, and for those of you who looked at the materials, which I'm sure many of you did that we handed out, that the goals and targets in the plan show up in the materials you had today for proposed goals and targets in the new or I should say in the redesign of accountability. So please be aware of that as we move through. With the new 60x30 plan, Texas is focused on student success, and I think it's pretty clear when you look at the measures in the plan that's really what it's all about. The plan was developed over 18 months. We had a committee that included a range of folks, business and education leaders from across the state. We had outside experts come in and speak at those planning committee meetings, and in fact we recorded them, so if you're interested, you can go online and listen to those meetings and the input that we received related to the goals and targets, and I think it can really provide some understanding of the decisions that the committee made to listen to some of the feedback and also listen to the committee proceedings and the discussions. We sought input from 5,000 stakeholders across the state. So we sent this plan far and wide. I'm sure many of you reviewed it and sent us feedback, and we really appreciate that. And the plan was adopted by our board in July. I think it goes without saying that the plan builds on past achievements. It builds on closing the gaps. Having a new plan doesn't mean that those priorities in closing the gaps went away. Those goals are still important to the state, but this is 60 by 30 is where we need to go in the next 15 years. But of course, keeping in mind the progress that we made that helped us build to the point of the new plan. This is just a slide that we like to show because it shows how diverse the Texas workforce is already, the changes that are coming, and how important it is that we have not only a diverse workforce, but a diverse and educated workforce. The plan is founded on the critical need that Texas produce an educated workforce that's able to adapt and compete at the highest level. So the committee really had a global focus as well as a national focus in wanting Texas to be able to be competitive. It highlights the overarching goal that 60% of 25 to 34-year-olds will have a post-secondary credential or degree by 2030. As we think about that overarching goal, that's a goal that we'll talk a little bit about today, but it's clearly something that doesn't fit into an institutional context. It's a statewide context. And there's some other things we'll talk about today that don't necessarily tie into an institutional context, but are things that we are going to still want to provide information about in our accountability system and in our information, in the information that shares data. The success of achieving the goals is going to rely on collaboration with K-12 and the workforce, and you will, of course, see targets in the plan, goals in the plan that relate to the workforce. We have a couple of targets that are definitely K-12 focused. We have a lot of strategies that look towards the entire pipeline, the educational spectrum, so it's important to remember that. And I think another key point is that the plan provides latitude for institutions to have some flexibility. It encourages local creativity in pursuing the plan's goals. Institutions do have the ability to stay true to their unique missions, but also to work towards our goal. And I think that's something we should keep in mind today. And that's, I think, the case with the closing the gaps as well. That institutions, in very different ways, thought about how can I help my institution move forward, how can I help the state move forward, and it's not a one-size-fits-all situation. Okay. And then I'm just going to say here, I mentioned earlier the overall goal. Oh, I'm sorry. Hi, and I am going to hand this over to Bill, if he's okay momentarily. Let me just, I'm going to finish up quickly. I have, unfortunately, been asked to head to a meeting right away. I'll be able to come back in just a couple of minutes. But I think Bill can walk you through the rest. And in fact, tell you what, we're going to go ahead and I'll ask Bill to present on the presentation he has prepared. He's going to talk about, because I think that's going to be easier for everyone, and I apologize to everyone. I will be, again, back in just a few minutes, but Bill is going to go ahead and talk to you about the new accountability system interface. So if you want to, I'll just go ahead and we'll move that presentation up, and then I'll finish up when I get back. So again, I apologize, and I will be with you all momentarily.
Okay, so that's fine. We'll be flexible and go ahead and move it around. That shouldn't be a problem. As I think Julie mentioned, most of you have heard that speech before. It's already queued up, Chris. You just go down to the PowerPoint one and switch it between PowerPoints. Yeah, just go forward one. Yeah, there we go. So this is the slide that we prepared. I titled it New Accountability. We often refer to it both as New Accountability or Revised Accountability. Either way, it's just the idea that we're going to have the opportunity to update the accountability system interface. So one thing that I was really excited, so I've been here about, well, in 1 week it'll be 10 months. And so one of the things that was a big learning curve for me when I got here was using, our accountability system and using the interface that we currently have and being able to find data and find the measures and see how that's all structured and how it works. And in trying to help people who have been calling me asking for data and other things like that, I've gone through a lot and learned a lot of the questions that people have, a lot of the feedback people have about the challenges that they face using the current system, and also the fact that a lot of people have gotten used to the current system, so they know where to find things now, and new people may have a hard time finding things. So you kind of have a balance between people who know how to use it and can find things and like the convenience of knowing where things are in a system that they use, but new people have a lot of comments about how difficult it can be to use, or how maybe overwhelming it can be, or how to navigate through something, or you get a lot of information really fast and it's hard to digest and it's hard to see the picture of what's going on in terms of accountability or what's happening in higher ed for Texas. So we thought, well, with a new plan and a new focus, a little bit more student-centered focus, a little bit more focus on success, it was a good time to take a look at the interface and restructure that as well. And so we get the opportunity to do that, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about what's going on. We're partnering with our, what we call ISS, which is IT here at the agency, so we're very grateful to them for the help that they're putting in on helping us create a new interface for people. And the general underlying idea is that we want to update it so that it's a lot more fresh and a lot more current looking and a lot more 2016 than what you see out there in terms of color schemes and visuals and pictures and the way that you use and find things. I think nowadays people expect websites to be basically intuitive in the way that you navigate, and you don't need a manual this thick to be able to find something in there, so we're designing it with that in mind. But we also want to keep some of the structure there that's worked for people as well, in terms of not everything is so different that you can't kind of use your knowledge of what you already know to find some things. And we're also taking the opportunity to align it with 60 by 30 text. And so you'll see things like color schemes aligned with 60 by 30 text. You know that, or you may know that the agency's logo has been changed, right, from the little Texas Starman with the hat and whatnot to 60 by 30 text. So that's our official agency logo, so you'll see that. Like I mentioned, the colors will be aligned and stuff like that. But in accountability for us, it's broader than just the plan, right? There's more information there. There's more things that you look at in terms of how we're doing in higher ed than just what's in the plan, but we want to stay aligned to the plan and still keep reporting on those important pieces that are goals and targets, and as we're going to talk about today, measures in the plan, as well as additional ones. So the new interface is going to have a homepage. Today's has a homepage. We will continue to have a homepage, but it'll be updated. And it'll be, as I was saying before, it'll look more 2016. It'll be a little nicer in the color scheme, and there'll be some pictures. There'll be different resources that you're used to seeing already. We're not going to get rid of a lot of stuff, but we're going to kind of reorganize it so it's easier to find, it's more intuitive, and you can access it better. One of the things that we're going to do on the homepage is we're going to devote some space, some real estate on the screen, to some of the big goals of 60 by 30 text so that we can organize that and people can find it easy. So we'll have an area, I put little boxes on this screen just to show that there'll be some area on the screen that'll be easily identifiable, probably like with an icon and a picture and something that very much matches what you see in the plan, like this. That'll guide you to the area of attainment if you want to find data related to attainment. There'll be one on completion, the second major goal in the plan, and you can go into that sort of, I don't want to call it a portal, but you can just go into that area and you can find lots of data on completion, and we'll have organized that there for you. The same with marketable skills and student debt. And then, because today's accountability system is organized a lot around CTG, right? You've got participation and success and excellence in research, and that, of course, is changing, and so we're changing that to the new plan, but a lot of that information is still going to be there. It's just going to be reorganized a little bit, and it should be easy to find and sort of intuitive. Well, on the right-hand side of this diagram that you see is what I call other key categories. Pardon me. And one of them, as an example, we haven't set the names of these other key categories yet, but one example could be efficiency and effectiveness. And that could be where a lot of data resides that relate to those things that are like currently under institutional effectiveness or something like that. We could create other key categories that could be along there so that people have, these key categories are kind of on the level of these goals of the plan, in that they are that window into that data. They're just not part of the plan. They're not in the plan. So there may be something for success points, or something related just to community colleges, or that we make a key category out of, or something like that. That's yet to be determined, and feedback is always welcome on those kind of ideas. So we may get into discussions about those, or some feedback or something like that. But those are going to be created to help organize all those other parts of accountability and make them easy to find. At the bottom, you see there's a thing of other resources and interactive and definitions. Many of you are probably used to seeing those things along the top of the accountability line, like measures and definitions and other things like that are available that people want to see. Those will still be there. They just may be organized a little bit differently. They should still be easy to find on the screen, a little bit prettier, a little bit more organized, a little bit more 2016 than what we're seeing. And we may update some of the verbiage in those as well. We'll take the time to make sure those all align with the current plan and the current way that we're going to create the measures as we do them.
Well, I just want to say one thing. When, it's kind of a challenge when you're working on redesigning an interface, and at the same time you have changes coming. As this work started, the redesign work started last spring when the new plan hadn't even been developed. But I think it's important to understand that this is our accountability system. It's not the same thing as the state plan. But the two need to be connected, and that's very important, because that's a very important message, I think, that the coordinating board wants to send, that the targets and the goals in the plan are very important to the state. And so one thing that we really focused on with the folks developing the interface was flexibility. And so we do have it set up so that if there's a determination that there's one additional sort of key category that really needs to be there in addition to the 4 goals, we can set that up, or if there's 2 additional. And you'll see when we talk about contextual measures, we have that same flexibility. So we do have a system that's designed that I think will allow us now, as we work on this part of the process, thinking about measure modifications and where we're going moving forward, it will allow us to integrate them into the system. And so there has been, I'm sure Bill mentioned, and maybe you said all that already, but
a little bit, but that's
okay. And I apologize, but it's the process, I think, has been going very well, and I think it will add a lot of functionality to not only the accountability system, but overall data access and ability to easily find coordinating board data. Go ahead.
That's no problem. I think you worded it nicely as well. So we'll talk a little bit about interactive, because that's going to be a big component that's going to be going forward too in a second. The other thing I just wanted to say on this is that there still will be organization by institution type included in the design. So there'll be an ability to go into, say, public university area and get all this information specifically directed at public universities, similar to the way that we have now. So that's about it for this slide. We can move on to the next one. The interactive one, I just wanted to say a little bit about. One of the things that we really are hoping to do and intending to do and have been working a lot to design into the new interface is a little bit more robust interactive ability to get data that you might need. We recognize the challenges. I mean, the current interactive thing, I think, works pretty well. You have a measure, you go in and you pick, and some of it may be a little challenging to use or a little longer to get there than you might want to get, but you are able to get the data that you want to get. We're going to try and make that a little bit more user-friendly in how that happens, and a little bit more robust in what you can access through the interactive. And one of the things that we learned in talking to people, and one of the things that we're going to work on here in this meeting, is that there's a big issue about over-presentation of the amount of data that comes out when you first enter an area. So let's say let's just say that you picked what's currently success on the plan, right? On the website. So you go in and you see the key measures and they pop open, and you may have contextual measures, but they could be a really, really long list that you could be running down for pages and pages on figuring out where data is. And one of the things that was recommended to us and follows good design patterns for these days is that when you're trying to present what's going on in a situation, you don't over-present too much data that overwhelms people and they can't figure out what's happening. They can't get the essential pieces that they want. And a lot of times they just hit overload and stop interacting, and either they pick up the phone and call or they just quit. And so one of the things we want to do is talk today a lot about what should be present when you go into a particular area, what should be presented to you right away, how much of those key measures should you see right away, how much should be accessible to you there, but just not right in your face presented as a table, but something that you could easily access just by clicking a link and a table will appear, versus how much should be moved over into an interactive area where you can go get it if you want it, knowing that it's there, and the user-friendliness of that being key to you being able to find the things that you want to find and stuff like that. And so the organization of what falls into those categories is going to be a lot about what goes on today and what Julie's going to be leading a lot of that discussion about. And the interactive will probably come forth in stages, right? So we'll have a certain amount of interactive that's available right away when the new system gets launched, but it's something that we know we're going to have to build in stages over time. And so just keep that in mind, that there will be certain things that are available immediately, but it'll be a growing, more robust thing as we get more feedback and as we have more resources to continue to build that out.
And I did want to mention, if you didn't say it earlier, that we also contracted to include the data from the PrEP system into this new system. I know PrEP is getting pretty antiquated, and sometimes you do struggle to get data out of that system. And so we are going to be building those data tables, the information that's in PrEP, some of which there's some overlap in terms of accountability information like enrollment. But we're going to be building that into this new system, the new data system that's being developed to feed accountability, so that there will be, we hope, much easier access to the type of data that's in PrEP, as well as the types of data that are in accountability. And I think that will be much easier for everybody not to have to go to sort of two different places to interact with data. So I see some nods. I'm glad to see that. And any input about that people want to make sort of as an aside, we're not going to be focusing on that today, but we will again have that PrEP information in, I think, a much more accessible way with the new system.
Yeah, thanks for adding that, because that's great. That's going to bring some stuff together in an easier way. I mean, part of what I see my job as is there's even beyond accountability, there's the higher ed data page, and there's a lot of things on there as well that we're going to look at over time, how to make that easier to use. We're starting with this, but we'll get there too, and PrEP is part of that effort into integrating that together. Another thing that's conceptual right now, but that we're working with, is an area called additional reports. And the example up here is faculty salaries. That would, of course, be average. It wouldn't be individual people's salaries. But the idea that there could be also an area that for important reports that people have asked for, that continually ask for, that there's a big demand for, that doesn't necessarily fall as one of the measures that we're tracking, or it might not be something in institutional effectiveness, but we're getting a lot of requests, or we're getting, somebody's indicated that this is an area of high value for people. And so we're going to make a little area where we can start to put these types of things so that people can easily access them. And these would be more, built reports. It's not going to be interactive in the sense that you're going to be able to pick some kind of measure that you want to look at, and then you're going to pick the kind of, okay, I want to see males, and I want to see this year, and I want to see this institution, I want to see that. It would be more of a formatted report, but it would be in an area that people have expressed a high interest in that doesn't necessarily already fall in one of our other categories.
And I was going to say, because of the way the system's being built, there will be for some of these, there might be a certain interactivity where you maybe could pick a year, and we just chose faculty salaries just to come up with an example. That might be something that is in accountability, isn't in accountability, but I wanted everyone, I think it was important for everyone to think about that everything that's in accountability now doesn't need to remain there. I know we've added some things over the year, and there's always an interest in the more data, the better, but it's very important to think about audience, and obviously IR people are an important audience for our accountability system and our data, but we have other audiences as well, and wanting to keep the level where folks are able to digest what's there, understand what's most important when they go into the system, but for folks who work in IR or who at institutions who have certain reports that they really care about and want to see comparative data across institutions for, we wanted to make sure we had a place for that. And so one thing that we did decide is that we have the system set up so that somewhere, and it isn't necessarily an accountability, but it'll feed off that same database that we're building, we'll have a place to have additional reports. And then maybe our main data page won't be as crowded because there'll be sort of one place you can go, and we'll have a more consistent format where we'll be able to have that type of information. And I think that's important to remember today as we talk about measures, that is this something that we need this information, but it might not be as important for an accountability system, but it's just something that people think is useful to have out there by institution, or is this something that we think is really important in terms of having a measure in the statewide accountability system? So we wanted you to keep in mind that through the interactive, through the additional reports, if there are measures that are no longer determined to be appropriate for accountability, that's still information that we'll be able to provide in the most cases. I would expect there are some things that the decision is that information might not be critical at this point, but do bear in mind that the system is being developed so that we will have this capability to provide data for a number of different areas related to whether it's current measures that are no longer measures or other reports that folks want or things that come up in the future that we'll be able to include if people are interested. But the main focus today, of course, is going to be on those measures that will be in the accountability system. Okay.
Perfect. So I'll just end by saying, for me, it's kind of an exciting time. I'm glad that I'm coming on at a time where, the state's adopted a new plan and we get to look at accountability and we get to redesign it and we get to take a lot of new things into account to help make it a better system for you all to use. And so we're looking forward to that. And the timeline is going to be, we're looking at end of year, early 2017 to launch this. And get it going to kind of align with the first year of being reporting on the new plan since it was adopted in July, right? So that kind of timeline is what we're looking at. We'll keep everybody, informed and posted as that comes around and as those dates come near and when that's going to happen and how that's going to go down and everything like that as we go. But we're working very diligently with our IT department to develop this, and things will go on. So we're always open to comments and suggestions. You can always, my information will be at the end of this presentation, and you'll be able to send me information with, good ideas are always welcome for anything. So if you have discussion that you want to have or ideas about how this can work. But I'm also really excited about this particular meeting and what's going to happen next with when we get into talking about the measures, is because that's going to help define how easy this is going to be to use, or what's going to go in those areas under each one of the goals, or what might go in the other categories, and that we're looking for a lot of information from you guys from, and we want to be responsive to your interests as well as responsive to accountability in general for the state and the plan. So aligning all those things together are exciting for me, and so I appreciate the opportunity, and that's it. So thank you.
Thank you, Bill. And I guess what we'll do next is I will jump back and quickly finish my presentation. I apologize that we had to interrupt it. And then we'll jump in and start looking a little more closely at the measures. And I do, following up on what Bill just said, I do also want to thank everyone from last year's accountability groups. We did get some helpful feedback about what folks thought maybe were aspects of the old system that were challenging, things that it would be helpful to change. So we tried to integrate your feedback into the process of the redesign. The system was the redesign in terms of the architecture was done by the end of the summer, and now the implementation process is going on, so they're working on doing all the behind-the-scenes coding and making everything work. So again, we did appreciate your feedback then, and there still might be points where, if you have suggestions, it would be helpful. We also, you might recall, at the last accountability meeting, did do a survey of existing accountability measures just to get a sense from folks what they thought were high-level importance, sort of medium level, and really not as important, lower-level importance. I have that feedback with me. We haven't shared it. We wanted the focus today to be moving on, and we didn't want to be tied back to this is what we have always had. We want it to be, let's think about what's most important now and with the new plan. But we do have that information, and we did integrate that feedback into decisions about what to bring before you today. And again, it's just going to be proposed information that we're talking about today, but as I said before, do expect that the targets and goals in the plan will be part of the new system. Okay, so I'm going to go back now to where I was talking about the 60 by 30 goal. Obviously, this is very important for the state. We've got other countries, other states that are up at 60% or more in terms of the students with a degree or credential. I think we're up to 40% now from the 38% when we first did work with the committee, so we're making a little progress on that educational attainment goal. Those of you here today might be interested to know that we did come up with a proxy for determining certificates for that. We use ACS data, but there was not, if you're familiar with American Community Surveys, the census data from that, it only asks for some college, so there's a percentage for some college, and the committee felt like, no, it's really important for people to complete a degree or credential. Certainly the data we look at shows that students are much more likely to be able to go out and get a good job and support a family if they actually complete a degree or credential. There wasn't information about credentials, so we did add a proxy for that. And we do have detailed information, technical documents about the metrics that are in the measures, the goals and the targets that are in the plan, if anyone's interested in those. Okay, so keep this moving. In terms of the completion goal, and I think this is a goal that we'll probably be talking a lot about today, this is in terms of institutions, if you think about the attainment goal and trying to increase the level of folks who have degrees and certificates in the state, a lot of that important work is going to happen at institutions, and that ties back directly to our completion goal and the importance of, by 2030, having at least 550,000 students a year completing an associate, bachelor's, master's, or certificate. It's new to add the master's in. We didn't track master's under Closing the Gaps in terms of success. We just tracked the undergraduate degrees and awards, so that's going to be a new addition. And I think it's important that we start thinking about that as we move forward. The Bureau of Labor Statistics makes clear that students don't get much of an economic lift from college unless they complete a degree or certificate, as I said before. The plan includes some targets that follow directly under the completion goal for Hispanics to earn 285,000 degrees or certificates by 2030, and targets for African American students, for male students, so that's new, and for economically disadvantaged completers. Another important target that's under completion is to increase the percentage of students who enroll in higher education directly after high school. We're currently at about 54%. And so that's one of those targets that we'll talk about today, because that's not, in terms of showing data by institution, that's really data that's about what's happening in K-12 and how many students from K-12 are going into higher education. So that may very well be information that we don't show institutionally, because I don't know how you would do that. It'll be information that we'll show perhaps by county or by higher education region in terms of what's in the plan. Okay. In terms of the marketable skills goal, all programs develop skills of value in the marketplace, and the plan requires institutions to formally identify those skills for each of its degree programs so that students are aware of and can communicate these skills to future employers. So the goal calls for every institution in Texas to articulate the identified skills to students. And then students who can articulate their marketable skills are better positioned to get a better job. So in terms of the marketable skills, this is probably of all the goals, the one that is the least firm in terms of how we're going to be moving forward in terms of gathering information on it. And there's a conference that I hope you're all aware of coming up April 12th and 13th on marketable skills, a statewide conference that we're coordinating through the agency. It's going to be in Austin, I think at the AT&T Center, and so hopefully there are folks from your institutions that are going to be attending that conference, because they're really going to be diving into what, how do we think about this goal and think about the information affiliated with it and what institutions will be doing. I think there'll be a lot of sharing from institutions that have been looking at identifying marketable skills, have been doing this or are moving towards it. So in terms of how we talk about that today, that's something we should keep in mind, that it's probably less concrete than the other goals in terms of looking at those goals and targets. Okay. And then let's keep moving forward then to student debt. Okay, and so in terms of student debt, this is the fourth goal, and this is that by 2030, undergraduate student loan debt will not exceed 60% of first-year wages for graduates of Texas public institutions. We have an opportunity to balance student loan debt and improve how our higher education is financed to reduce financial barriers that students and families encounter when pursuing any level of higher education. And we think the best way to focus on financial issues is to set the statewide goal of maintaining debt load as measured against student earning power at graduation. Next slide. Okay. The ratio, and this is, I think, important, the ratio of 60% is a statewide maintenance goal. We're at 60% now, and in fact, when we just ran the current data for the most recent year, we were still at 60%. There are several factors that go into the student debt goal, and I've always really liked this little chart. The role of the state, the role of institutions, and the role of students. So the state can make a difference in terms of the funding that's available for students through grants or through formula funding, through policy decisions. Students can be responsible about making the right choices in terms of their finances, and also making good choices about their pathways to degrees and trying to finish in a reasonable time and with the amount of credits needed. So that's important. Institutions can certainly play a role in terms of advising students and helping them to have streamlined pathways to graduation. Most of you are probably very aware we're very high, much higher than we need to be, I think, in terms of the amount of credits that students attempt working towards their degrees. On average, I think we're at about 140 hours for students who are at universities. And so all of these pieces are important, and of course the institution can be efficient in terms of how they spend monies, and making education affordable, again, is something that everyone plays a part in. So that's, I think, an important thing to remember as we look at this. It's also important to remember that this 60% goal, it's not a goal for individual sectors or institutions. The higher ed sector, I think we're at, the university sector, I think we had 71% was the percentage of undergraduate debt to first-year wage. We're at about 40%, I think, for students who are in associate degrees, about 30-something, 36% maybe for students who are earning certificates. So there isn't an expectation that everyone is going to aim for 60% or that every student has to be at 60%. But it is important statewide that this is something that we monitor. And I think the committee decided to focus on, and when I talk about it as a maintenance goal, certainly we'd like to do better than that 60%, but I think the focus was on costs keep going up and students keep borrowing more and more, and now is the time to stop that. Now is the time to say we need to do everything we can to try to make sure that this doesn't go any higher. And obviously, students who get better jobs, if they're able to earn more, that's going to mean that they're able to take on more debt and pay it back. And a lot of good work was done looking at, hey, at 60% of first-year wage, would a student be able to save for a house or save for retirement? Those types of things moving forward. So we looked at it kind of as a student might, but we understand that it's going to be different for different sectors. It's going to be different for different students. Some students are going into fields where they won't earn as much, but students should be conscious of that in terms of the choices they make, as well as institutions being conscious of how debt can really impact a student moving forward and the choices that they're able to make. Okay. And then finally, we've got a bold plan. We have had enthusiastic reactions. We're really looking forward to being able to focus on this plan moving forward, highlighting it in our new accountability system. We believe there will probably also be some kind of a website that will generally speak to 60 by 30 text, very high level, which may have some data involved, but again, that hopefully that will feed people to the accountability system, which will have the measures organized as we showed you under the goals of the plan. And then I think we just had some workforce needs projections. I'm not going to spend time on those. A couple more slides. And if you go back to the prior one, oh, maybe didn't keep going. I think this last slide didn't get in there. And next, there it is. Okay, and also the governor announced the launch of the plan in November. He is supportive of our plan. We're excited about that. He stressed that for Texas to continue growing and be a leader in the global economy, we do need to get more students completing. And with 60 by 30 texts, the governor said the state's brightest years are yet to come. So that concludes the 60 by 30 text presentation. And now let's, without further ado, yeah, why don't we go ahead and, in fact, I think we could probably, yeah, let's switch. We're going to switch to our spreadsheet. And what you're going to see is that this is the spreadsheet that we mailed to all of you. And the way we have we have handouts that everyone received coming in, and this is the PowerPoint that was mailed to everyone who's listening. And let me find my correct version here. So you've got two PowerPoints coming in. One is proposed key measures, and again, let's just remember that these are proposed, these are possibilities. You know, we're not, this is nothing finite today. And then we also have a proposed contextual measures that we'll be discussing. And we're going to start with the key measures. So what we're going to see on the screen in terms of our Excel spreadsheet aligns with what you're going to see in your packet. And what I would like to do is just briefly walk through what we have identified in the proposed key measure categories. And you'll see it's not a large list. It really is very, very focused. Remember, the plan is focused on student success. I think you'll see the measures are student focused in many areas. So we're going to go through those just briefly now. We're going to let everyone have a chance to sit down and talk about this. Thank you, Bill. He's just reminding me we do have the very first tab in this spreadsheet, and we mailed this to you. These are just the goals and targets in the plan. We thought it might be helpful for us to separate those out for you. We have shortened things in terms of what we called them. We want, in the interest of having space and not wanting to fill up too much paperwork for all of you. There are some of these measures are shortened, or in terms of the goals of the plan, we characterized it in a way that it could be measured, so that as you go through, it should be pretty clear that the goals and the targets that are being referred to as we move through this. So we have the 60 by 30, of course, and we have that standing alone in terms of the goals, because all we have under that in the plan are we have benchmarks. We have the interim benchmarks for 2020 and 2025, but we don't have targets under that. Under completion, we have the overall completion, and of course that's the goal tied to that is getting to our 550,000 degrees awarded, but then our targets and our interim targets under that look at Hispanic completion, African American completion, male completion, and economically disadvantaged completion. And so when we move to the proposed key measures, you're going to see these things showing up, and you'll know that they tie back directly to the plan. And then our percent of high school graduates enrolled in higher education, which I mentioned earlier. In terms of marketable skills, we have the programs identified with marketable marketable skills, so that's how we characterized it for now, that there will be something that indicates the work that's done relating to institutions identifying the programs with marketable skills. And part of that is also that institutions will develop a process to identify those skills. I think that's going to be a lot of the important work that's going to start happening with the marketable skills conference. How that looks in accountability in terms of how it's tracked and what it looks like, we can't say for sure, because that's all kind of under development. But then we also have a target that is a target in the existing accountability system, and that's that 80% of students will be working, will be found working in Texas or enrolled in higher education within 1 year after receiving their degree or certificate. And so that is a target in the plan, and you will see that show up when we look at our key measures. In terms of student debt, the median student debt to first-year wage, and of course that's with the goal of maintaining it at 60% or less in terms of the ratio, but we have characterized it here as just student debt to first-year wage, because we expect that's how it will be shown for institutions. The average semester credit hours earned in excess of degree plan, and that ties back to the target of trying to get by 2030 to the point where it's no more than 3 SCH per student, and there are those interim benchmark targets for that. And then the percent of graduates with debt is also included. So right now the goal is for, the target for that is to have no more than 50% of students have debt, and that's again a statewide target. And so that's also included here. So those are the goals and targets of the plan, and those are things that you will see as we move through coming up. We will have a possibility of talking about if there are certain breakouts that might be useful as we move through and looking at these types of things, and that's the type of feedback that would be helpful today, as well as our discussions of any additional measures that we want to be thinking about. And for those of you who weren't around when the last system was developed or aren't as familiar with accountability as I think most of us are, for now we're sticking with this concept of key measures and contextual measures. I think that works well in terms of making clear and in terms of organizing the information in terms of these are the key things that we need to be tracking, we need to be comparing, we need to be looking at across institutions. And then those contextual measures provide information about how we're doing overall and related to those key measures in many cases. Okay, so that's what's in the plan, and you're going to see it pop up in your handouts, and you'll recognize those. And then our next tab, we just looked at key, and you'll see that there's a couple of additional things that have been added. And most importantly, let me just quickly go through. So we've added, excuse me. Undergraduate, okay, so we've got undergraduate graduation rates. We have fall headcount enrollment. These are things, of course, that are front and center in our current accountability system, and I think are very important. We also have undergraduate degrees to students who are at risk. So those are our additional key measures that we have under completion. Yes, of course.
So on the hand, I just want to do a clarification thing. On the handouts that you got, you don't have a copy of the 60 by 30 goals and targets that Julie just went over on the first page of the spreadsheet. If you have a copy of the spreadsheet, you have that, but it's not in the handouts. I saw some people looking for them, and they're not there. What you do have on the handouts are the key, what are the proposed key measures, and that's what's on this page on the spreadsheet now. So that matches the handouts that you have broken out. You have one page for the 60 by 31. You have one page for the completion one that lists all those ones that you see up there that have the red bar. You have one page for the marketable skills that you see in yellow, and you have another page for the student debt ones in green. So you have those, and they match this spreadsheet. And then when we get to the contextual ones, you have pages for those, and they'll match the next tab of the spreadsheet. So that's kind of how it works together, so you don't get confused with the handouts that you have.
Yeah, thanks, Bill. Yes, so now what we're looking at on the screen does match your handout. So we've just looked at the proposed key measures. And generally, And you can see we've got the category that shows if it's new or existing. If it's an existing measure, we will move forward with the understanding that we will track it as it has been tracked in the past. We will define it as it's been defined in the past. But that's feedback that we would appreciate getting from all of you if there's a sense that the definition really hasn't worked as effectively as maybe it should have in the past. So if the comments are, yes, this is good to keep this measure, please do take a moment to think about, is this something that the way it's defined is appropriate, or do we need to think about changing the definitions? For those of you who are online, I know you can access definitions and accountability, and Bill and Chris and I all have a copy of definitions if they're needed when you're working in your groups, and we're going to wander around and help you there. So again, in terms of definitions, we also have not provided for you, because we're at the high-level conversation now, we haven't provided definitions for the new measures. If they tie back to the targets and to the goals of the plan, I think it's going to be pretty straightforward the way that we have defined it in the plan in terms of how we're going to gather that information, track that information will be how it will be defined in accountability. We want to be consistent. We certainly wouldn't want to be doing something in different ways, and I can provide feedback on that if folks have questions about how those definitions work or have worked. But in terms of anything else that's new, we'd certainly be open to any comments or feedback. Okay. So in terms of in terms of the key measures for marketable skills, it's going to look very much like what we talked about with the plan. And then in terms of student debt, we've got median student debt to first-year wage, average semester credit hours earned in excess of degree plan. And just for those who might be interested, we did not include developmental hours in this, and we did not include dual credit. Obviously, students come in with AP credit. In many cases, some students take CLEP exams. We do see students who complete with less than 120 hours attempted at a Texas public institution, and that is because they're coming in with other credits, and so that will not be included. So when you think about this is still a very ambitious goal to get to 3 SCH over those attempted, but I wanted to make it clear that we are not including those other hours in this calculation. We have the percent of graduates with debt, and that, of course, gets back to our goal to try to maintain that at 50% or do better than that. And then we also included tuition and fees under student debt, because we thought that would be an appropriate place to have it, and that's very important to understand what tuition and fees are across institutions. So we added that as a proposed key measure, and we, of course, have that in the existing system. And then the last page that you have, this is where, if we wanted to think about efficiency and effectiveness, we were trying to think about what you might call a category where we could include additional information that's going to be important for looking at. Obviously, we're trying to think across our sectors, so think about our universities, our community colleges, our state technical colleges and state colleges. Is there a way to characterize sort of other key measures that we want to bring forward and really highlight? And efficiency and effectiveness is one that kept coming to mind as we were discussing it, but certainly we would be happy to, if you feel strongly that that there might need to be something else, or that's not probably the best characterization, but we could do something along those lines, please, we'd appreciate your feedback, and we'll talk about that when we have you all come back together, but something to be thinking about. So that's an overview of the work that we've done to just bring you some key measures to talk about. Again, you'll see it's a short list, but we wanted you to now take a few minutes to go ahead and what we thought might be useful is whether you want to break up in groups from your own institutions, or whether you want to mix it up a little bit and sit down with folks from other institutions, because obviously we want to have you talking together about what matters to your groups in terms of what peer groups you fall into, what for your types of institutions. We are open to just letting you do that in a natural way. So we're not going to assign you to groups, but we would like to give everyone a chance to sit down and spend a little time looking at the proposed key measures and thinking about if there's something that should be here that isn't here, or something that, again, you've got the handout for the contextual measures. We'll spend time on that this afternoon. But that information is there as well if you want to sort of be looking at those. But we wanted to, again, send the message that we think these are, again, the most important measures, and if something's going to rise to that level, we want to feel like we've got a real consensus that, yes, that's something that is very important for the state moving forward. Yes.
We got some suggestions from UNT.
Okay. Gabriella, are these suggestions for measures, or are these just questions?
Well, one is a suggestion for measure.
Okay.
It's the percent of high school graduates enrolled, which is a new one. And their comment is that to do that, they will have to use TA data to gather this information. And and another suggestion was to provide percent number of college-ready high school graduates that would be added.
Okay, let me jump back to that, because I think I mentioned it earlier, that the percent of high school graduates enrolled is, in my mind, a target that really has to do with the coordinating board, the state tracking, because we do get that information from TEA, with us tracking how many students are going from high school into higher education in Texas. And I think in terms of institutional accountability, that having institutions, do that, I'm not sure how you would operationalize something like that, because it really isn't an institutional type target. It's really based on statewide, how are we doing in terms of students enrolling in higher education. And obviously institutions play a role in that. You work on vertical teams, you work under HB 2550 to work with some of those lowest performing schools. There's a lot going on between K-12 and higher ed to help ensure that more and more students are prepared. And college prep courses are another example that mostly the community colleges are involved with, working in the high schools and developing those college prep courses. So although there's a lot that occurs there, I think we really need to think carefully about whether there would be something appropriate in accountability that would show data by institution around this particular target. Now, maybe there are targets that would get to that might not be characterized exactly as the target in the plan is characterized, which really is about what are the percent of students going on. Because obviously 100% of the students coming to you who went from high school to college enrolled with you did that. And the students who didn't, I think because we have students moving all over the state, to try to regionalize that and say how many from your region, I'm not sure that's appropriate necessarily, because we have some institutions that are very much statewide and pull from students around the state. We have other institutions that have a more regional focus. And certainly in your discussions, think about if there might be other perhaps contextual measures or something else we should be thinking about related to that preparation. In terms of the second comment, that is something to think about in terms of the prepared students, but again, that isn't necessarily a measure of your institutional performance. That's a measure of the students coming in. We do have contextual measures about students who come in prepared or not prepared, and then whether they meet TSI and whether they graduate. So we do, in terms of the second suggestion, which I think is a good one, we have suggested to you some contextual targets that do relate to college readiness and student preparation, but more importantly, how those students who come in prepared or underprepared, how they do as they move through your institutions. And I'm seeing some nodding. Does that, in terms of those who are here, does that seem right? But again, go ahead and take the time when you meet to be thinking about that piece, that sort of the pipeline information, if there might be something else that's important for us to look at. There are certainly a lot of strategies in the plan around the pipeline, and I think that's a very strong thing about this plan. It is a plan that looks to the pipeline from K-12 on all the way through to workforce. But in terms of the target, it's one that it's worth thinking about, but we want to make sure we have appropriate ones for an accountability system.
And I have another comment from Texas Woman University.
Okay, yes.
It's about the disadvantaged.
Okay, yes.
The comment is that they need a very clear definition of what disadvantage means.
I'll talk through
and
that.
also to keep in mind that that type of information is available only for students who apply for financial aid data, and not all of them apply.
Okay, that's an excellent question, and let me explain how we are defining that, because tracking economically disadvantaged students is actually a target that's in the plan. Let me read to you how it's characterized, and then explain how we did it as we were looking at setting the targets and the interim targets for the state. Okay. So it is increase the number of economically disadvantaged undergraduate students, and then we have in parentheses, and I'm on page 20 of the plan for those of you who have it with you, and then in parentheses, Pell Grant recipients completing a certificate or degree to at least 146,000 in 2020, 190,000 in 2025, and 246,000 in 2030. So in terms of this target, what we looked at are students who received Pell at any point in time, because that's the information that we have. We have if a student received Pell in the Higher Ed Coordinating Board data, and so we're able to look for all institutions and see what percentage of your students were receiving Pell when they first enrolled, and then what percentage of students were receiving Pell when they graduated. And obviously this is looking at completions, but what the committee talked about is that it's important that we be at a point, and sort of how they set these numbers was by looking at right now what percentage of students are coming in who are Pell, and then right now what percentage of students completing are Pell. And they are not the same. Our Pell students are not moving through the system as efficiently or quickly or at all. Our Pell students don't have as high graduation rates, completion rates as our non-Pell students. And the committee thought it was really important to focus on that population, and that at least you would have a situation where the same percent of students who are coming in as Pell are completing. And so that's really what that target is around. And so the expectation would be that we would define it, again, using Pell. So we would not use, high school status, we don't have that for every student, but for every student coming in, we do have whether they received a Pell Grant or not. And of course, over time, we're able to see if they receive Pell at any time. So in terms of looking at the completers, we will look back and say if at any time they receive Pell. And we looked back, Diane, correct me if I'm wrong, we looked back 10 years for the Pell when we did this. So I'm pretty sure that we look back to say if any time, here's a graduate, if any time in the 10 years, if it took them a long time to get through, any time in the last 10 years we find them with a Pell Grant, then we include them in this category. Thank you, that's a good question. Yeah.
If I make a comment, because it may be a concern, some of this data we have and we'll put it together. It's not like you need to go out and find out about the graduate wages. Okay, so don't look at it like, oh my God, now we have to contact everybody and see how much they make. You got that information in different reports from us before, and we'll continue to do that. So I don't think it should be viewed as a burden or this disadvantage measure. It's something that you already report to FADS.
Yes, so
I mean, it shouldn't be a concern that will add to your burden.
Right, and pretty much anything that's suggested, it's information that we're already collecting. I don't believe right now there's anything that is included, except, again, marketable skills is still shaping. So in terms of that, I don't want to say it's information we already collect, because we don't. We know that's information that'll be new for us to be gathering. And there may be, as you move through, it's perfectly fine. In fact, I encourage folks, think outside the box. If there's something you want to suggest that you think it's data that we don't have, it's certainly something that we'll entertain and go through the process of thinking about. Is it appropriate to collect that data? And, there may be more work involved if there are measures suggested where additional data would have to be collected. But generally, as you move through these, you should be seeing metrics where that is information that we have and that we'll be able to provide. And thank you, Gabriela. And I think in terms of the workforce data, I think many of you are aware that that is information we get from the Texas Workforce Commission. We're able to track students. One thing we're working on right now is we're hoping to be able to get National Student Clearinghouse information about students who move out of the state, attend one institution, say graduate from Texas State and then go to graduate school in Oklahoma. So right now it's looking pretty good that we hope we'll be able to get that information. So when we show if a student is working or enrolled, we'll be able to include if they're enrolled in another state. It is right now we're at a point where we don't have employment data from other states. And we understand some institutions on that particular target, on that measure, may not look as strong because they have a high percentage of students who go out of state. Other institutions, most of their students stay in state to work. But to sort of keep in mind that the statewide focus of the goals, but it is also important, I think, for institutions to be able to look across time as this plan moves forward and see where were we in 2015 in terms of this target, and where are we now? And I think the accountability system is very useful that way, not only in terms of comparing across institutions, what are folks doing, but also what has any individual institution done over time on some of these particular goals or targets. And I think for student debt, that's very helpful there. You may come in terms of the percent with student debt. As I said, it's higher at universities. We expect universities are going to, most of them are probably going to be above that 60%. It's going to be important to look over time. Here's where we were in 2015. What's happening in terms of that information as we move forward, that first year debt to wage ratio. Thank you. Do we have any, since we're opening up to questions, before we ask you to break up, are there any other questions or comments that you would like to make about these key measures, about how they're calculated? Yes, John. We're just passing a microphone here for those of you who are listening in. We've got one that doesn't want to work. There we go.
Okay. Yes, I was curious, with respect to student debt and economically disadvantaged students, one of the things that I see is that economically disadvantaged students begin college with a monkey on their back. They're automatically in this category, being economically disadvantaged. At the time of graduation, if they have debt, that does not necessarily mean that they're automatically out of being categorized as economically disadvantaged, because they still have that debt to contend with. The other thing that I was curious about is whether in doing the research to categorize these students, you're looking only at institutional debt. Was there any way to take a look at any debt through private lenders such as credit cards, which tend to be at times rather predatory on college students? And so I was wondering whether that factor had been taken into account.
No, we are only able to get the debt that's reported to us on the FADS report. So it's actually, it's fairly comprehensive, but we don't have parent loan debt, and we aren't able to collect credit card debt, or if, folks take out a second mortgage. That's just not information that we're able to get, and I don't believe that would be something that we could get. So it is the information that, if you're familiar with what comes to us through the financial aid reporting, it's that information.
So in reality,
which includes federal debt.
Yeah. So in reality, you're not really taking into account the full credit debt of that student, by virtue of the fact that you don't access, or you can't access, some of this other information.
Right. We don't have a way to know, so we're just able to include what we do have information about. And I think most students will go first to get those federal loans and the state loans, and that additional, borrowing, may happen on top of that. But we hope that we're at least able to identify for example, for the target of students with debt, I would imagine that that would be the first debt we'd see. No, we don't know that for sure, and I'm sure there's some students who that's not the case, and that they may just use a credit card and not even look into what other money they could borrow. But generally, I think we are going to find it's pretty accurate for whether a student has debt or not. In terms of how much debt, those other pieces, we don't have a way to know. But that's why I think it's really important, some of the strategies under the plan related to student debt, where they're going to be working with bringing folks together from around the state. I know we have a new committee coming together to talk about student debt and how we can get information to students about making good choices about money. I think there's a lot of work going on with the understanding that there's a lot of debt and maybe more debt than we're seeing. But in terms of actual tracking, John, I don't think there's a means to get that. So we need to be clear, yes, that we have to rely on the information that's available.
On the other one, since we split out Pell from the at-risk degree category, it seems like, so does that category still remain everything else that was in there, beginning at 20, low SAT scores?
I believe that the Pell would still be in there, and that's one, actually, I'd like you to discuss that. You may be aware that there's, in terms of our formula advisory committees, there's a recommendation going forth, and this is still early in the process. It hasn't even been brought to our board and our board committee to talk about the formula advisory committee recommendations, but it's, the reports have been put out there, but there is a recommendation for something called graduation bonus, where institutions would receive funds for each student who graduates, and then each at-risk student. So we may want to talk about having that be similar there in terms of the definition of at-risk, and that actually includes Pell, and it includes the SAT, ACT, national average. That's part of the national at-risk categories that we use now. Right now, at-risk, what we include is also the part-time, whether students are part-time, whether students are stopped out. Oh, their age, I think, is part of it. Am I missing anything else, Diane? It's age, part-time, I'm sorry. Oh, and GED, which is a small little group. So when we looked at it for this other formula advisory purposes, we found that 96% of the at-risk students, it was either because of Pell or it was because of the SAT, ACT, that academic score. And so that's certainly something that people are welcome to weigh in on. We get a pretty high percentage of at-risk when, overall, and certainly when you add the age, whether age or part-time, full-time should be included, I think is worth discussion. But thank you for raising that. And I think we aren't, as what I'm trying to say in a long-winded way is we're not set on exactly how we might measure that, but we wanted to bring it forward.
Julie, yes. I had, this is Joe Meyer at Texas State. I had comments about a couple of the measures.
Sure.
The working or enrolled within 1 year of the award, if we're going to have to link degree programs by CIP code to standard occupational categories, for example, to know the marketable skills that are associated with a particular degree program, then if it's at all possible to look at working or enrolled in a related field, a related CIP code if they're continuing to be enrolled, or a related occupation if they're working, it would be more meaningful than if somebody's simply employed at 7-Eleven or...
It absolutely would be, and let me tell you the challenge with that. Right now, we are not able in the workforce data to identify the occupation someone is working in. There are a couple of states that can do that. I think Alaska, a couple states that collect that information. We don't have that information. So we could look, for example, and see someone's working in the hospitality industry. There are industry codes that we get, but you don't know, that person might have earned an accounting degree, and you don't know if they're working as an accountant or if they're working as someone cleaning rooms. And so it makes it very challenging, again, for many fields. It's a little easier, for example, if you're looking at someone who's in health, who got a nursing degree, and you see them working in healthcare. We don't know for sure they're working as a nurse, but chances are probably if they got certified, they're working as a nurse. But there are many fields where we don't have that, we aren't able to, we don't want to make that connection to industry code. Gabriella has been working with this data for years. I think she wants to add something. I want to
add something. What we have is a crosswalk between CIP codes and industry, because one thing that we have is the industry. Now, personally, I would not sweat on it. So that was created more for two-year institutions for their technical degrees, so it may not be quite appropriate to use it for universities. Okay?
Right.
We can try just to see how it looks like, but I would not recommend it. And in the end, how accurate that is.
Right, I understand, and that makes sense to me. I'm just thinking, though, that without any kind of linkage whatsoever, that it's not a very meaningful measure, I don't think.
Well, in the end, the bottom line is they have a job, and you can look at the wage they make in that job. More than that is speculation.
Okay. And I had a comment about one other measure.
Sure.
The measure on median student debt to first year wage, I'm concerned about. I think a median debt to adjusted gross income would make more sense because students that are from families with lower incomes are apt to have to accumulate more debt while going to college. And then also the first year wage. I think relating first year wage to average income in a particular occupation would make more sense than relating it to student debt. There was a private organization that in the last year or two put online some college rankings according to return on investment on students that graduated from particular colleges and what their average wage was. And it was pretty predictable what the results were. When you looked at the results, you generally found that institutions with high concentrations of engineering or science fields had high ratings in terms of their return on investment, and institutions with high concentrations of education and liberal arts fields were ranked lower in the rankings. And so that's all.
And I think those are good points. I want to mention that, of course, this is the statewide goal, and a lot of work went into for the committee to making the decisions that this would be the statewide goal under 60 by 30 text. They talked about a lot of different things. A couple key things in terms of thinking about it. One that I mentioned before is this is statewide, and we understand it's going to vary a lot at institutions, maybe folks with engineering program, again, depending on what the demand is, we can see shifts, as we've seen in Texas, in terms of some students a few years ago might have been making a much higher wage than they might be coming out making now in certain fields because of changes in the oil and gas industry. So, we understand that this is going to be variable for students, that some students it's going to be higher because of their families and they need to borrow more. You have some students who are eligible, for more monies than others. It's going to be a range, but if you think of it as statewide, as a measure to see moving forward, is debt getting to the point where overall students are not able to, or it's getting to a higher level than what students are able to make, that it's changing over time, and it's sort of a warning flag for everyone. So that's, I think, how the committee was thinking about it. It's important to know that we are just tracking for those students with debt. So if you have a situation where an institution has a lot of students who don't have any debt, that's not included. And the way it was done in terms of the methodology was we took every student and lined them up and did the wage to, did the debt to the first year wage for every student. So think about doing a ratio for everybody first, not we're going to take an average of this and average of that, but we did it for all students and then took the median, or if we were doing it for a particular sector, all students in that sector, and took the median. And that's also what we will be doing in terms of institutionally showing this data. It would be taking all students and taking the median. Then you don't have as much of an issue with outliers, which can affect averages and that type of thing. But we do in other places show information about what students are earning 5 and 10 years out. We've seen some of the differences for liberal arts graduates, that they might start out slower but make more later. There's a lot going on in terms of where a student might be in terms of what their debt is and what their first year earnings are. Some students just get a job before they go to graduate school, and we understand that. If you looked at it over time, it would be very hard to keep track of, because we'd have to go back so far. If you looked at where people are at 10 years, and I think the group talked about this, then you'd be looking at a metric where we'd be tracking people who graduated 10 years ago. So it's a way to get the pulse of student debt, and our students are coming out and able to find jobs at wages where they're able to pay that debt back. You know, they're coming out with the skills and ability to get there. And I
just, one last comment. And
Sure,
I think
course.
it makes sense as a statewide goal,
Yeah.
but of course, you know, when it becomes a goal in the accountability system, then human nature is going to be to look at the results and rank order institutions according to those measures. And because of the different characteristics of institutions and the students they serve, then I'm not sure how meaningful it is when comparing institutions to one another.
Okay, thank you. And I will also mention, I think it's important, and I don't think we mentioned it earlier, that the new accountability system, it is still being designed to allow for the comment sections. We think that's a really important part of accountability, that institutions have the opportunity to make comments about any of the measures and to say, hey, have an understanding that this is, you know, why we might be seeing data look in a particular way for our institution. So I hope that, you know, would be an opportunity in a case where you had concerns about differences, where you could point out, hey, this is, many of our students go into teaching, or many of our students, you know, do whatever, and that might be part of what you're seeing. But I also think it's important to get an understanding of some of this also helps with understanding student choices and institutional choices in terms of how much debt students are taking on and what they're able to make. So I think there's, again, it's a fairly complex measure, but it gets to a lot of important information that I think people will find useful. I'm hoping now, I'm hoping we can give you some time to have a chance to sit down and have a little conversation around this. Do we have any other comments? Because I think if folks take 15 minutes to talk a little bit, maybe talk amongst each other and see if you can come up with any other ideas, we can come back together in a few minutes and see kind of where we are. John, did you want to add something?
Yes, Juan Sanchez with A&M in Galveston. I agree with Joe there with respect to the issue of the student debt, which is why earlier I brought up the issue of economically disadvantaged students. Yes, you're going to get this general idea of student debt across the state, but these different subcategories, you're going to wind up having different student debt by virtue of the attributes of some of these students. And I would agree, as Joe indicated, that some institutions may wind up being identified as having students that have higher student debt by virtue of the type of students that attend those institutions.
Okay, thank you. And I'll be happy to share any comments folks have, or if you think there's a contextual measure, that's another way to be thinking about it. If you think there might be a contextual measure or some kind of a breakout or additional information that would help provide some context for this goal and measure, then please do feel free to suggest it. Okay, well, why don't we now we are getting close to lunch, and maybe it might be a more natural breaking point to actually, since I see Sue has laid everything out there. I know it's off of our schedule. Were we aiming at 12:30?
We were, but that's
But I think this would be a natural breaking point if folks are open to it, to just let you, are most of you planning to stay in the building for lunch? If you'd like to, we could just do take a 45-minute break now, and you can be thinking about that, and maybe try to at least come back by 1:45 and take it 15 minutes then to get together in groups. So, get your lunch now, visit over lunch if you'd like, or at least try to come back by 1:45, and we'll all gather together again at 1. We'll talk a little bit more about the key measures, and I think we'll jump into contextual fairly quickly, because I think we'll have some probably crossover in the discussion, and then I'll walk you through the contextual measures that we're proposing right now. And again, we're here to get your feedback, get your comments, get your thoughts on all of these. So we'll make sure there's plenty of time to have discussion and for you to break out a little during that time too. So again, thank you very much, and we will gather back together again at 1. Those who are listening from home, if you could email any comments or suggestions that you have, we will be happy to share them with the group when we get back together. And of course, if you have anything you want to add moving forward in time, as you start to think about this or share this with folks, please again send us any comments or questions. This is definitely a work in process. And Bill wants to add something as well.
I just wanted to say that when you get to the point of communicating in groups or by yourself or however you want to, if you'll put your suggestions, I heard a lot of good ones, if you'll write them down on the page that it goes with, we'll collect those at the end. And if you want to take another one of these clean copies home, we'll get you a clean copy, or I'll email you the soft copy. But we'll take the suggestions written down on those pages when we gather them all up so that we can make sure that we don't miss anybody's comments, and we have something to work from at the end. Yeah, and if they're not here, as Julie said, you can email Gabriella with those comments and suggestions as well. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and if you do work in a group and you want to submit something sort of as a group, which might be helpful in defining our conversation afterwards, thinking about a consensus, and if there's something that many of you agree on, feel free to just put the institutions that were part of that conversation on the front page for these key measures, and then we'll be able to sort of see who was making those general suggestions, and I think that would be helpful, just to get a sense for the different peer groups, what folks are thinking about. So again, thank you, and we'll convene back again at 1, but please do take some time to work through this during your break. Thanks. think Gabriella's ready to, maybe if we can put up her email address again, so if folks didn't catch that before, they were going to run a line under the bottom of the screen, but just in case, let's go ahead and put that up. So if folks have questions or comments, I think we still, can someone chime in? Is someone listening in who could just say a quick hello so we can see if our audio system is working?
Hello.
Thank you. We hear you. Wonderful. Okay. Well, thank you all for coming back after lunch and joining us. I know there was a lot of good discussion happening here amongst the groups about the system and the measures, and I was happy to hear that, and hopefully we can hear some of that feedback in the full group discussion. Let's just take about 10 minutes so that we can stay on our schedule. Let's just take about 10 minutes for folks to bring back their suggestions for any key measures that they think we should be considering, and any that may be there already that they think perhaps would belong as contextual or wouldn't belong. Also any comments about data breakouts that we might want to think about related to these key measures that would be helpful and provide additional information. And again, anything tied to the key measures, and any suggestions for the category that doesn't tie back to a goal, if anyone has any suggestions there for how we might group. Now, we may not end up with any additional key measures beyond those that fall under the 4 60 by 30 text goals, but again, we're open to considering additional key measures in another category if they don't fit. Yes? I don't think the folks at home can hear you, or the folks listening from their offices, I should say. There we go.
Okay. As I mentioned to you when we were visiting a while ago, there might be some usefulness if we're considering average student loan debt per graduates of incorporating that iPad's figure of net cost, or net price, excuse me. We've had several interesting discussions at Tarleton when that net price is released through the White House scorecard, and it's caused a buzz, I know, through the system sometimes, about people misinterpreting it and not understanding that it's really a measure of funding for first-year students, which in a lot of our cases are the most at risk. So there might be some interest in comparing that with average college debt for graduates, and especially if you're considering Pell Grants. Another one under efficiencies that I have calculated for Tarleton is a degrees awarded by faculty, number of faculty, like a degrees awarded to faculty ratio, and degrees awarded to staff ratio. And that might be particularly interesting in times of dwindling resources, and see how if we can improve efficiencies by increasing that ratio, getting the number of degrees awarded up by the human resources.
Thank you. Those are helpful. Anyone else want to weigh in on those suggestions?
Well, I have done it with total degrees awarded, not unduplicated.
One thing that is not in accountability, I don't believe, but is something that we've looked at in other areas, is that we do have included here, because we've also seen it used nationally, as graduates as a % of total enrollment. So that's the same concept, but here's how many students we have altogether and how many we graduated in a given year. And that's something that I think sometimes institutions that don't have a lot of first-time, full-time students, but have a lot of students who do complete, but don't track necessarily in a traditional graduation rate. I think sometimes institutions like that metric because it shows efficiency in a little different way, or effectiveness as well. Yes, Vicki.
Vicki West, Texas Tech. Some people have a problem with that ratio that you're talking about right there, Julie.
Yes.
If there's a large percentage of part-time students in a population.
Yes.
Sometimes that gives you more of a chance to more opportunities to award degrees if you have more part-time students. So I don't know how you even that out for a school like us, it's mainly full-time.
Yeah, and definitely I've heard pluses and minuses to a measure like that, but it is something that we've heard, I think there's a little more national interest people have been talking about, so we wanted to include it and get your feedback. So for institutions that have more non-traditional students, it may be, your outcomes may look better. I don't want to say necessarily better, but it gives a different picture, let's put it that way, for those institutional that don't have as many traditional students. Those with traditional students, it might not tell you that much more than something like a graduation rate would tell you. Thank you. Yes, John. Mm-hmm. 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 Well, let me tell you something that we've been doing. Since the new plan was adopted, we've actually been taking a deeper dive into a lot of the data around the goals and the targets of the plan, and we found some unexpected things. We took a look at debt, and we looked at it by age and gender, as well as by race, ethnicity, because we hadn't really spent a lot of time looking at details about student debt. We'd run some big picture reports and numbers, and we were interested to find there's a lot of older female students who do have higher debt for whatever reason than the older male students or than younger students. We definitely saw some patterns that surprised us. So we certainly could think about having some breakouts for that category, perhaps by age and by gender. I think that might be very useful. When it comes to economically disadvantaged, that's something, of course, that we'd want to make sure that we can't show that as student-level data, but the system is such that we can aggregate data, and as long as our cell size is large enough, we could show that information. So you could get a sense of who are the students who are falling into this category of students who are receiving Pell at some point in time, and how are they completing? How is an institution doing, or how is the state doing in terms of completions for some of those different categories? So do other folks think that might be useful to have some additional breakouts? I know it's new for us to be putting as much attention on economically disadvantaged students. I know one thing the commissioner has been really stressing is if you look at the students coming up through K-12, right now I think we're up to 60% of the students enrolled in public K-12 in the state are economically disadvantaged if you use the free and reduced lunch category to determine that. So we have very large numbers of economically disadvantaged students coming in to higher education and understanding who they are. And obviously we can have some understanding for those we can track right from high school, but again, those older students you mentioned, who may be older women, people are having to change careers. I know during the recession we saw some of the students who we wouldn't normally have seen in terms of folks who lost jobs and trying to get more training, especially community colleges. So I think having some detail about that would be useful. Yes. Yes. Yeah, and I wonder if we can get you a microphone. Can folks listening hear John? Maybe not. We're going to get a microphone for him. Okay, he's going to be addressing the student debt goal. Go ahead.
Right. The issue of student debt, as I pointed out earlier, based upon institutional financial aid is incomplete because it does not include credit cards that might have been obtained by the students or loans that might have been obtained by the parents. So I think that a note for this particular measure would be good to be included by the coordinating board that specifies that this is only institutional financial aid and does not include personal debt through credit cards or through parental loans, because
We have, the parental loans are included.
We have some, right, we don't have all of them, right? We
right,
have some
exactly.
federal
You would not
loans,
have
yeah.
the private loans, yeah.
Right, we don't have certain,
The private are not there, but parental loans, they can,
Right, and what I was referring was to the private loans, because I think that
and we're getting some background noise. Okay, it's gone, thank you.
because I think that this data is a bit misleading by virtue of the fact that it does not include all the debt incurred in the process of obtaining their degree.
Right, thank you, and I think you made that point very well earlier in the meeting, so I'm not going to provide the same response that, you know, it is important, and there are a lot of strategies around working with students, but I think it's a very good point that we make sure the methodology is very clear, what information we have and that we don't have when we put this online. In this new system, as with the current system, we'll make sure that the definitions are someplace that are easily accessible. I also told them I want it set up so that they can be printed out, because right now I know you hover over a little I button and you see the definition, but you go to print it out and it doesn't work and you have to go back to the listed definitions. So we're hoping to get something set up so it's very easy to print out the measures and the definitions, and we will, I think that's a very good advice that we include what information we have and we don't have in terms of what we collect. Thank you. Good comments. Any other suggestions or comments on key measures? Yes, Sharon.
I'm really, one of the things that I always think about is that to be able to leave high school, go straight into college, and stay in college full-time for 4 or 5 years is a luxury that requires a certain amount of financial advantage. So I'm really liking to see so many of these measures that recognize universities that serve students who don't have that financial advantage of being able to take 4 years off as a young adult and go live somewhere and not bring in money for the family. I was wondering if there was also a way to look at, I think we've addressed some of them, look at those universities that do a really good job of picking up students who've stepped out, who started somewhere and then stepped out for who knows what reason, and possibly 5 or 10 years. And some universities do a really good job of picking up those students and getting them to the completion. It might be there in the measuring students who start out and have Pell at some point in their career. But certainly the 4- and 6-year graduation rates don't get those students.
And we, in terms of the graduation rates, I think that's a really good segue to the fact that we do have graduation rates included as a key measure, though of course graduation rates are not a goal or target in the plan, but I think everyone can understand why it's a measure that many people are interested in seeing that information. Any comments or suggestions about that? I was thinking as you were talking that whether it be here or perhaps elsewhere, you can look farther out. And we also we know that IPEDS has gone in the direction of some of their new outcome measures where they look at students from when they start and what happens. We do have the transfer student, and I think it's in contextual, where we look at students who transfer in and then their completion rates. So for people who are coming in elsewhere, it's a way to capture, well, how is the institution doing with helping those transfer students get through? I think it's pretty much just students coming from community colleges is the way it's characterized now.
Yeah, one thing Joe said was that there is this human tendency to want to rank universities. And so the more measures we can put in that discourage ranking universities based on the financial stability of their students that they admit, which is basically saying, you know, Harvard's always going to rank higher because they get students who don't have to take the summer off to earn some money. So the more measures that we can get that discourage ranking on the basis of the financial stability of the students' families, the better.
I think that's helpful. I think, we don't rank institutions in accountability. We provide information about institutions, and I think having the peer groups and the ability for folks to say, I want to look at comparable institutions and how they look on different measures, because we understand that institutions really vary a lot in the state. They have different missions, they have different student populations. So I'm very pleased that you think that this is capturing, that what we have here is capturing some of those differences and highlights that it is a very student-centered plan. And I think that these measures, as you've looked at them and as you look at the contextual, you will see that reflected there. And certainly if you have if there's something you want to put out there in terms of a measure you want everyone to consider that gets at that you don't think is here beyond the sort of suggestion for graduation rates. Because one thing we can certainly do is have a farther graduation rate somewhere in a report. So we could look at a 10-year. We do have some 10-year rates. We run it every once in a while. We see a little bit of difference. Maybe that started to change. We do have them somewhere online, and it's something we could perhaps in the interactive system, include 10-year rates. So if you wanted to go in and look at those, you could, even though the accountability might just reflect those traditional ones. Is that something that might be useful?
Yeah, Julie, you had mentioned earlier possibly working with the National Student Clearinghouse to use some of their data. If there's any way to go toward using their graduation rate information to where you could see how many are still enrolled at other institutions across the country and graduated across the country, that would be really helpful, I think.
Thank you. Yes, we will definitely consider that. I think that's, again, hopefully it will work out, that we will be able to have that. But Texas has been able to show same or other within state for many, many years, and I think many folks are always surprised to know that when you look at a graduation rate, it's not, we're able to show from your institution, but also those folks who continued on and graduated. So how that exactly would tie in, I don't know, but I think we'll definitely consider how we could work that in, maybe even an additional category, same state, same, other in-state, other out of, something like that might be something we can do. Now, the data isn't quite, in terms of what comes in from National Student Clearinghouse, we haven't worked with it in that same way before, so it might be something we have to see how that goes in terms of timing and connecting students, and obviously we don't have the same identifier, there isn't quite as much, I think, confidence in the identifiers and the matching, though I understand you can get pretty close. So thank you. No, that's a very good idea. Other folks think that's worth, if we're able to pull in that information. Okay. Thank you. Yes, and go ahead, Sharon.
On the same line of thought, I overheard Leona commenting on the average semester credit hours earned in excess of degree plans. That measure puts students who step out and come back at a real disadvantage, because when they come back, they may be in a different major than when they started 5 years younger and less mature. 3 credits is only 1 course. And, a student can go over 3 credits simply by having taken the wrong science class in their core. Or, I was also thinking that another way a student could easily get over the 120 credits is if their university charges the same for 12 credits or 18. In their last year, they may say, well, I've got to take 12 credits anyways. I might as well take 18, seeing as it costs the same. But that puts them 6 credits over, and we've missed our mark of 3 credits.
And as I said before, we will, first of all, I did want to mention it is over degree program, and we're not going to base it on 120 hours. We'll base it on a student's degree program. And I think you're saying something a little different, but I did just want to mention that I think we're able to look, Paul's not here, but we have been able to do that and see how long a degree program is supposed to be, matching it back to the other data we collect in academic quality about programs and level. And it's on the one. Okay, yeah, so we have that. So we have matched it back to that, and we will do that. So we'll make sure that we're not expecting someone, to finish in an amount of time that isn't even what their degree is going to take. And also, as I want to bring you back to what I mentioned before, that we do have a lot of students who come in with prior credits. So there's some balancing going on there with looking at overall are our students completing in the amount of time that's expected for degree. If you look at the data for our private four-year institutions, you look at ICUT information sometimes, and you can see students very often get through in 4 years and are able to complete degrees in the time allotted. And I think there's, obviously we understand students change their minds, things happen, and this is an expectation, again, that every student will be there, but it will be that overall that we will see a lessening of the number of hours, that number of semester credit hours that students are attempting over time. And we were talking about this earlier. We've already seen some real changes. That number has been moving down in Texas. We've seen some changes, and we've seen some increases in our 4-year graduation rates and our 6-year graduation rates. So I think students are moving through more efficiently. But I think the committee felt like it was important to be ambitious and really to send the message. It's important for students and institutions to know that students should be able to complete their degree in a reasonable amount of hours. So. And it is 15 years. I'm trying to look and see where we're supposed to be in 2020 on that, which is, so we're at 12. It's 12 hours over in 2020, 6 in 2025, and 3 in 2030. Thank you. That's helpful feedback. Any other comments on the key before we move into the contextual? And any other breakouts you want to talk about, whether it's about semester credit hours or any other things we haven't gone into the breakouts as much today? If anyone has any comments of information that would be helpful to them for any of these goals and targets and measures? No? Okay. And then the last one is I just wanted to call your attention to the other category. Is there anything that people felt like, wow, that is really important and it's not here? And obviously you'll have a chance to weigh in later, but yeah, I saw a head pop up there. Steve, did you want to add something?
Operating expenses per FTE student, state appropriations. And the other, it's around an efficiency thing too, but also with completion is time to degree and its relationship to student debt.
Okay, and I think you will see the time to degree is in contextual, but you're suggesting it be moved up to key. Okay. Right. Any thoughts on that in terms of the time to degree? We obviously are tracking the SCH to degree under our looking at students who are going over. That's included in that. Any thoughts on that? Yes. Outward.
Yes, Juan Sanchez with Texas A&M University. One of the things that some of the faculty and department heads at Galveston are looking at in reviewing their programs is the fact that the state is looking at a target of 30 credit hours per year. Yet the federal government classifies a student as full-time at 12 SCH. And so in some instances, for some of the faculty, they view it as being a bit coercive in trying to get students to take the 15 hours versus the 12 hours. And so the fact that you've got the 12-hour category for the Fed and 15-hour for the state creates a bit of a problem for them. And so I was wondering what you might have on that with regards to these two measures with regards to a full-time student.
You're saying it creates a problem for faculty because they're concerned about this, or a problem for students, or
well, if you take a look at time to degree, and you're looking at it at 30 credit hours, which is what the state is asking for, then that would be different for time to degree for a student under a federal category of 12 credit hours per semester, which is 24 per year. And so the time to degree would be longer.
Well, there's a couple of things. One is that I think that speaking in terms of what our commissioner and what the agency, feels it's important that students should be able to, those students who are going full-time, whether it's the 12 hours in the fall and 12 in the spring and 6 in the summer or 15 each semester, that there are certainly students who should be able to complete a bachelor's degree in 4 years. And so if you look at time to degree to be able to see how many students, in fact, are completing in the 4 years or 5 years or more, so to have that information, I was actually thinking about the time to degree in relation to the issue about the semester credit hours, too, that having both of those pieces of information, I think, gives you context. So you might have students who, yes, are taking a few additional hours, but again, are finishing in a shorter amount of time because of that, or are able to get through more quickly, so that the time to degree would reflect that. But I do feel like there is a sense here that it is important to think about full-time as 30 hours in a year. And again, not necessarily needing to think about that as 15 hours in a semester, but to think about it as 30 hours overall, so that students are able to finish their degrees, get out into the workforce, and move forward. And we understand that students take different pathways and different avenues, and we understand the difference between the federal definition, but that's I guess what I can share at this point, but I am more than happy to bring back your comments. Anything else? Anything from folks who are listening in? It's quiet out there. I'm going to open it up. If anyone wants to jump in from the field, if it's easier to just jump in and provide a comment rather than emailing Gabriela, we would be happy to have your input. Okay. Well, let's move forward then and jump into our contextual measures. Let me see if I can provide you a little bit of background on, again, just the ones that we have included here to start the conversation. You will see that we don't have anything for 60 by 30 text beyond our overall attainment information, and we do expect we'll be showing that information, as I said before, probably regionally, which could be helpful for your institutions to know kind of where we are, where's our region in terms of educational attainment, but that is an information that we're able to show by institution. As you will see, most of the measures in this packet fall under completion, and that makes sense in terms of thinking about what the missions of your institutions and in an accountability system where you would see measures. And you will see a lot of things that were here before, and if you look, we've got up on the screen now those contextual measures, what was existing and what is new. You'll see many of these are existing measures. Semester credit hours and contact hours. Again, we only had the fall enrollments, but wanted to include overall the semester credit hours or contact hours that are being awarded by an institution or being attempted. We have students receiving Pell. So again, this is a little different than the graduates who were Pell, but this would be students overall receiving Pell. So some contextual information that can help with understanding that key measure, the proposed key measure. The graduation and the 6-year graduation and persistence rate, and some of this does get at, I think, and we've always had that measure, it does get at, especially it's helpful, I think, for those institutions that do have a lot of part-time students who want to be able to show students are still participating, they're still enrolled, they're still working at their degrees, so we wanted to include that. Persistence 1 and 2 year. Again, these are our straightforward tracking students enrollments, and perhaps thinking about breakouts for that would be useful. I think we do it by race ethnicity now. Doctoral program completion, because under the new plan we just go up through masters. So we thought it was probably important to somewhere in here indicate how many doctoral degrees are being awarded in each year. Graduation rates for master's and doctoral programs. So we included the bachelor's rate as key. The master's and doctoral we have here is contextual. And I believe, I may be wrong, I believe that's currently what we have, but I'd have to check. We do have both right now in the existing system. Students in the top 10% and top 25%. And again, I think I said it before, but in terms of definitions, if these are existing measures, unless I say otherwise or we hear your feedback, I would just assume that the methodology would be a comparable methodology or the same methodology as what we've used in the past, but we're certainly open to comments there. Then we have the measure that looks at the 2-year college students who completed 30 hours before they transferred to a university to get a sense of the students, how many students at universities are starting out at community colleges, because those numbers are fairly high. I think we're at 35% right now statewide, and then we're at over 70 if you look at students who had done any hours at a community college who are enrolled at a university. The percent of back graduates with hours at a 2-year college, that's those 8 and 9 have kind of complemented each other. We've had them in the current system to get a sense of transfer. And then we've got a few measures that tie back to TSI. They look similar. We can certainly look at these, but those who satisfy the TSI requirement, those who enter college ready or not ready and complete a credential is new. And this is kind of a different take on looking at students who are ready or not and their movement through the system. This is a report that we've had available for a long time. We have information about students who come in as ready by the state standard or not ready, and then we look at graduation rates. That's under our TSI data now, but that would be new for accountability. Percent of underprepared and prepared students who complete a first college level course. This aligns, there's a lot of folks nationally are looking at that gateway course completion and looking at it for by readiness levels in some cases. And then this last one I talked about earlier, the graduates as a percent of total enrollment, and that's again kind of an efficiency, effectiveness measure that looks a little different than a graduation rate, provides different information a little bit differently in terms of outcomes. So that's what we have in terms of completion. If folks think there are things there that really there's not a place for, we'll talk about it. And I have a question here, I think.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment for universities or colleges that have a high percentage of part-time students, it might be nice to have a 14th measure that would be graduates as a percent of total full-time student equivalents. That would make things look a little bit better for those that have high part-time enrollments.
Would you think that might be something in place of 13? I'm just, again, thinking about if we have things that are almost getting, that would be more standard. That's true. People have seen that more often. I know this is sort of a new way, the 13. Any thoughts thinking about those two measures, the graduates as a percent of full-time equivalent versus the graduates as a percent of total enrollment? And maybe it's the full-time equivalent, and thinking about it that I think you're right. I think as I think about this in our discussions, I'm going to look at Bill and Chris. In our discussions, was this one that we talked about as an FTE?
I think we talked about it both ways.
Yeah. Yeah, and would we, in terms of, an FTE might be, again, might capture that a little better and deal with some, Vicki was raising some issues that might help to provide more useful information, make it more comparable, let's put it that way, for folks that have a lot of part-time versus folks that have a lot of full-time. It's going to be a measure that might be more comparable if you do FTE as opposed to the head count. In terms of what we would do, full year at universities, it's probably, it probably just doesn't make as much of a difference as at community colleges, whether we do a full year or whether, or whether we just do a fall. It probably would matter more at community colleges, and summer could make a difference. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to comment. I guess, the way the measure is defined could depend somewhat on whether you think it's a responsibility of universities to encourage full-time enrollment. So if you based it on degrees per full-time student equivalent, then you're not providing an incentive for people to encourage their students to be enrolled on a full-time basis, right?
I'm sorry, if you didn't do it in terms of the full-time equivalent, you're saying?
No,
If you did the equivalent and rolled those students up, then it wouldn't matter if they were full-time or part-time.
Well, right. If you're basing it on full-time student equivalents, and there's no incentive to increase your full-time percentage of students enrolled on a full-time basis.
Okay, yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Is my math off? It seems to me that if we did it as a ratio of graduation to full-time equivalents, then we could potentially have twice as many graduates as we have students, FTEs, in the senior class, if all the students are part-time.
Well, you wouldn't do it for seniors. I mean, you
Right.
certainly wouldn't do it that way. You would do it for your whole population.
But it could potentially really skew. I mean, if one FTE can produce 2 diplomas because it's 2 part-time students. Because we give the diplomas to the head, not to the FTE.
Yes, exactly. But if you're looking at a 4-year institution, I would think it'd be highly unlikely that you would roll up 4 years' worth of enrollment to an FTE and that you would have a number that would be higher than the degrees you're awarded. You would probably have a very good graduate, even if you had a lot of part-time students, that would probably look very good in terms of your outcomes. But it is 2 different ways of looking at it. I think this is one where it's worth maybe folks having additional conversations around, and I want to have some additional conversations with leadership. We added this because it was our understanding there was some interest that folks, other states or other people were thinking about this as being a useful way of looking at things. I know in terms of outcomes-based funding, we had something that was similar, and there were some positives and negatives seen around it. So we'll go back and we'll look at it a little more, and if you can all think about it a little more too. And you know what, we can dig up some of the data that's been looked at in the past on this and kind of see what it looks like, and thinking about it, doing it those 2 different ways, that might be useful for us as well. So, yes.
One of the other things that occurs to me is that, whether you're at an institution that's growing or steady or declining in enrollment is going to skew this number one way or another. So I don't know what the real utility of it is, unless you are comparing yourself, and I'm just not sure what it tells us.
Okay, yes.
I was just simply going to suggest, rather than taking the graduates for the total enrollment, you can subdivide it for graduates for part-time students and the number of graduates for full-time students. And that, I think, would provide a better profile.
Okay, and then of course you have the situation where part-time students could be 3 hours or 6 hours or 9 hours. But it is another way that we could think about it. It is always a challenge to think about for those schools that don't have that have a lot of non-traditional students and that don't have a lot of first-time, full-time students, which is generally what we track for graduation rates. And I think it's probably it'll be an interesting conversation to have with the 2-year colleges around this. I think trying to find a way that shows some kind of productivity measure that we have this many students and we're able to get this many through. I think that's kind of where it's going. I think in terms of the usefulness, you could also look at completion and say, well, our enrollments might be up or down, so our completions might be up or down over time, but it does say something about that students are completing, wherever they came from, whether they were in the traditionally tracked cohort or they came in from elsewhere, that students are completing, and this provides a little more information. So it's kind of giving you another piece of information, but that won't necessarily be the full picture, which is why we want to make sure we have some different ways of thinking about student success and institutional success in terms of working with those students. Does that make sense? Well, why don't we sort of agree to have that one that folks can send us some feedback. We'll look at some numbers, and I think we could send some information out, and we'll work with leadership here to talk about that a little bit more. But we wanted to put it out there for discussion. I'm actually kind of glad it's raised more discussion than anything else. I think our existing measures, folks are used to them and how to think about them. So it's good feedback. Any comments that if there's anything here that folks think does not belong in terms of really wanting to focus on what's important now with the new plan and also for accountability for statewide comparison purposes? Thinking about higher ed in 2015 as opposed to 2003 when the groups last got together to develop measures for the accountability system. Anything else? in terms of the completion. Okay, when we move to marketable skills, there's one contextual measure. I mean, some of this is we're so used to thinking about student success and completion and having measures around that. We had student success, obviously, was one of our goals in the last plan. In terms of marketable skills, certainly I think we may see some things emerging after the conference that's going to be going on and as we see some of that develop. But is there anything else that folks think we might want to include under this heading? Marketable skills that we haven't thought about. And licensure pass rate is information. That is something that we have. Obviously, the community colleges, most of that information comes from students who are doing technical programs, who are getting certifications and licensures. But is there, did anyone have any thoughts there? Okay, well, I'll look forward to hopefully hearing some good feedback from the Marketable Skills Conference if there's anything that emerges that people think are really important for us to look at as a state in terms of accountability. Student debt. Percent of attempted courses completed. And this is something that we do reports like this, and I think we had, I'm trying to think of where we have it, but this is where we would be looking at overall, here's how many courses a student attempted, and here's how many they completed. We also can look at successful completion. Now that we have the CBM OOS report, and we've had it for 4 years now, we have a lot more detailed information about student completion, and I think it can be very helpful to institutions, especially working towards trying to get students efficiently through to a degree. It can be helpful to have an understanding of how often students are starting and then not completing courses, what's happening with that over time. Vicki, yes?
So how is that different from the current ratio that we have that's the percent of credit hours?
It's actually very similar. In fact, we can talk about whether it makes more sense to do it by credit hours. The credit hours completed, we used to use the CBM I'm going back to, is Diane here? We used to use the CBM, for credit hours completed, we used to use the CBM 006, and then we moved to the S for that. But that was just overall credit hours, and we didn't look at whether it was withdrawals or failures. It was just, here's how, if failures were included as completed, yes, but anyone who withdrew was included as not completing. Is that correct?
Yeah, we used everything but withdrawals as completed.
Okay. And we can certainly look, and we use the semester credit hours and not courses. So this is something that we could certainly continue the way it was done, but we do have more information now than we had when that, and that's a contextual, that was contextual, right? When that contextual measure was developed. So that's part of why we wanted to think of this as new, that we can do a little more with it. It's a question of what is, what's going to provide the most useful information in terms of, again, thinking about student success, helping students, understanding over time, effectiveness in terms of working with students. Maybe it's still appropriate to focus on completion versus successful completion. I know that there can be, I can think of lots of things you could talk about with that, and wanting it to be important that it be focused on really what we're looking for is to make sure students are in rigorous classes, but also are getting the help they need to be successful when possible. So it's a little different take if you did want to think about looking at it beyond just the straight completion. Yes?
Yeah, I was just going to say, some years ago, the coordinating board worked with the LBB, Legislative Budget Board, to align some of the accountability measures with the LBB performance measures. And so whatever you end up with on this measure, it might be nice if it aligns with the LBB measure.
Thank you. And actually, I didn't mention that earlier, but as we are moving into our new plan, we are also going to be looking at, with the coordinating board and the LBB, some of our, if you look at the coordinating board measures, some of our measures in the past were very tied to closing the gaps. So it's highly likely that we'll have some new measures, and that's part of, we had those in mind also as we were looking at all of this. And we want to make sure that we are aligned in terms of any definitions with LBB on any measures that we have. Certainly if there are institutional measures that you report to LBB, which I know there are, we want to make sure that we have alignment there too. I think that's an important part of this process, because I too have spent time in the past and with some of the DE measures that we had working with LBB to align them, because there were slight differences. They were getting at almost the exact same thing, but there were slight differences in methodologies, and it made it confusing for folks to see in accountability this isn't quite the same thing, so you can't quite compare. So we do have an understanding of why that being important. Thank you for raising it, so I can mention that. And we will go back and look at this measure with the LBB measure in terms of alignment. We mostly focused on the key. They have the key performance measures and then the non-key, I think is what they call the others. And I believe this is a non-key. Does that sound correct? We'll go back and look. Anyway, we'll double check on this one on methodology, but any other thoughts? Again, we do have more information now. We could look at a little bit more with this. We could also, it might be something where we could do some breakouts and provide a little bit more information, again, about student performance. Of course, this would all be aggregated data, and we would probably look at an overall level. Yes, Gabriela.
I have a comment from somebody that is listening.
Yes.
The question, well, it's a question, that in the past, institutions were allowed to add measures or a measure that they think reflects what they do in accountability system, and the question is if they will be allowed to do so in the future.
And Gabriela,
so it's a general question.
I can't answer that question, and I'm going to look to you, Gabriela. We've been here about the same amount of time, but you've been working with the accountability groups much longer than I have. Where is that information now in accountability? If an institution wanted to add, is it just a comment? I'm not aware of a place where we have that. I don't think there is, and maybe, I was going to say, maybe when the system first opened, there was that possibility. Right now, I think the measures are all defined. Institutions can add their comments, and we, as I said earlier, we absolutely plan to allow institutions to continue to add comments. And in a comment box, an institution certainly could say, for example, you can see above the information for this measure, we also at our institution look at X, Y, Z, and here's the number of students, so an institution, anything in the comment box that you think is important for, related to that, obviously related to the measure, could be there, but we have, and maybe that's what the question was, that we certainly do intend to leave those comment boxes for institutional purposes. Sometimes they're used to just say, hey, we had a hurricane, our numbers, were greatly impacted. It can be, sometimes we've seen those types of comments. Often it's talking about, hey, this is why we look so good in this particular area. Here's the good things we're doing. They I think can be very useful in a lot of ways. But I am not aware that we've ever had a place where you could actually load data in a table, and I'm seeing people saying no. So perhaps it's getting to those comment boxes, and we will continue to include those. And of course, now is the time if you feel like there is something that is important. And again, for all institutions, we want to make sure that we're not just looking, specifically, but if there's something you think is important for us to consider, we're happy to do that. And I don't mean now as in right this moment. There'll be time, in the upcoming weeks for folks to send us any comments or suggestions or concerns as we move through this. Any other, do we have any other comments? I'm going to open it up now to those who are listening, and because let me just, I think we didn't quite finish through the list, so we talked about attempted courses and thinking about that in terms of SCH and what would be the best way to look at that. Average student debt, This would be contextual information tied back to, because it's a little, this again is a little different than what we're looking at the overall goal, which is the debt to first-year wage. So this would be overall, what is the average student debt at an institution? This is data we've had in the Almanac now for a couple of years. I think most of you have probably seen it for your institution. We'll be including it again in the Almanac, and we thought that was would be good contextual information to have on for the focus on student debt. We have appropriated funds per FTE student, and this is where we also included the time to degree, and we put it here rather than under completion because, again, that focus on if students are able to get through efficiently in terms of time, in terms of their semester credit hours, they're not going to borrow as much in many cases as if it took them longer and they took more credit hours to complete. They're going to get through earlier and start to be earning money and saving towards retirement, all those important things contributing to the state economy. So again, the time to degree, we wanted to connect with the student debt the same way that in the plan the semester credit hours is connected. So that's what we had for student debt, and then we actually have several that show up here now in the efficiency and effectiveness. Were there any other comments about the student debt contextual measures? Any questions about how those are calculated? Okay. Yes.
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. That's what you're here for.
One more comment. Whenever you calculate averages, if you have a really skewed distribution, students are going to have between zero debt and maybe there's going to be a few students that have $100,000 in debt. And likewise, there may be, most of your students are going to graduate in 4 to 5 or 6 years, and there may be a few students that are going to graduate in 15 or 20 years. So I would be in favor of using the median for some of these measures instead of the mean as the average to avoid an impact of those measures that are on the high end of the distribution.
Well, Joe, if they have zero debt, they are not in calculation. So only is the average only of the people who have debt.
Right. I'm not concerned about the lower end because the lower end never goes below far outside the range. What I'm concerned about is the upper end, where students take 20 years to graduate and have a big impact on the average if you're using a mean, or students acquire a huge amount of debt and have a big impact on the mean. And
on the other hand, how much is a student going to borrow is regulated. So it's not like they can borrow forever any amount. So it's not, we don't have the private loans. There probably you can borrow whatever. So.
Okay, that may be a good point. But if the distribution is not skewed, then the median's going to be equal to the mean anyway.
Yeah, and we can actually, I think that's a good thing for us to take a look at. So we can go ahead and look with, we show it as an average now, and I explained to you why we're doing the median, and certainly when it comes to having the wage piece part of it for the goal, the debt to first year wage, we're doing the median there. But we can go ahead and look at the averages and then look at the median and see if they're pretty close, which I'm guessing they probably are, but if they're not, it's worth having a conversation around what is most appropriate. And folks think that's do you think that's probably a good approach? And we'll provide that information to you, and then we can think about the methodology there. Yeah, if you do have an almanac, it's on page 12 where we do show the average for student debt and the percent with debt. And of course, the percent with debt we already looked at because that's a target in the plan, and we looked at that under the key measures. Thank you. Okay, really, really good comments. Any other comments related to student debt? And I think we'll look also if there's anything else where we're doing averages or medians, and we will definitely put out, I know this is sort of big picture. We haven't given you definitions in great amounts of detail here, and we'll need to get into the weeds. We didn't want this meeting to be about really, digging in at that level. We wanted this to be a higher level conversation, but we will make sure that we include methodologies or definitions, for how we will be calculating measures, just so folks will have a chance to weigh in there moving forward. Okay, and then efficiency and effectiveness, we've got a student-faculty ratio, expenditures per full-time equivalent student, percent, and we probably should have done FTSE. Percent of FTE faculty who are tenure track, federal and private research expenditures by source of funds, and then expenditures by tenure and tenure track faculty. And as we talked about the research, we felt like it's important, and we thought institutions will feel it was important to have some research information here. We know we have places where we have detail. In fact, I was talking earlier with Tammy about the fact that, she goes to sources and uses now for a lot of the financial information, research information. Thinking about what's the most important to have in accountability tied to research. Please feel free to provide feedback for what you use the most, what you're, when you're working with leadership, what they are most likely to ask about or want to see, what kind of breakdowns they might want to see with some of this data. So we've got an expenditure measure, we've got a source of funds, and we've got the tenure track, so tying it back to faculty. Those were the three that sort of rose to the top as we were looking at it, but do please let us know. For the university group, I think this is especially important if you think something doesn't belong here, or if there's something else that would be more appropriate. Yes, Mary.
So in none of these are you including the total research expenditures? Are you excluding state out of all of them? Is that?
Now, it's funny because when we were looking at it, I thought we were looking at something that had a total in it, but now that I see that, let me look over here. I think that's a really good point, that I would think we would want the total.
Yeah.
Yes, and I apologize because we had looked at that and it didn't get pulled in. I'm sorry, so we would pull in a total. Everyone agrees, I think everyone's nodding, and that would be that would make sense. Okay. Any other questions? And did anyone have any ideas in terms of what we might call a category? We thought efficiency and effectiveness. The thing, in terms of research, if you wanted, something tied to that, the community colleges, we didn't show research and accountability. We didn't have a research area. They just had the participation, success, and excellence. That research information is certainly out there at a level of detail. If folks feel like it can fit under effectiveness, certainly you can think about research and as being sort of a part of your institutional effectiveness, a part of your mission, or if there's another category. We were playing around with what one might call this sort of, here's additional contextual measures that are important. Did anyone have any ideas as they were thinking about this earlier? Yes.
I think one of the possibilities, especially for the efficiency and effectiveness category, would be the administrative cost ratio.
Okay. And I believe, I'm going to look at Diane, do we have that in there in accountability now? I thought we did, yeah. So that's there. Any general headings? When you say administrative cost, it made me think, administrative, is there some kind of, other I don't know, I was just trying to think of what even that general category, which is sort of where I was going. Thank you for the suggestion for what to put under here. But just thinking of how we might categorize these other measures that don't fall under one of the plan headings, but that are important for our accountability system. So be thinking about that, but I see a lot of nodding with the administrative cost ratio. We could do something with total research expenditures and then have some breakouts under, just have that be one heading and then have breakouts under there instead of separate metrics, to try to keep it a little more streamlined. Here's the big picture research, and then here's some additional information you can get into from this contextual measure. That's another way that we could do it to provide. So that wouldn't work for the tenure and tenure track, but the federal and the private and the state, and we could do that. Some of the source of funds try to roll that up and have sort of one research expenditures type category when we're not looking at it. In terms of faculty, but we're looking at it just overall dollars. Any other suggestions for that while we're talking? And then I'm going to give you a little time to think about it, too. We'll break up in a little bit. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, we use the revenue data quite a bit, and if you're looking at costs and being accountable, being good stewards of funds, broken out by state appropriations, tuition and fee revenue, just to give us an idea of where the money's coming from.
Okay.
And those all seem to have gone away, so.
Because the only one we had right here is that we've got the straight appropriations per student. Yeah, I think that's the only thing that's here. What are any comments about that? Anyone have any thoughts about whether they think that would be appropriate for accountability to have the revenue data? We have it other. I know we have it other. Well, I'm thinking.
Right now we've got it all.
It's
tuition and fees.
Okay. Right. Well, the tuition and fees we also have that.
Well, you've got average tuition fees, and then there's tuition.
Okay. Oh, you want the yeah. So kind of the what's coming in and the
accounts for the waivers and discounts to tuition.
Okay, and overall, in terms of comparison statewide, folks think that's important to understand. Yeah, I'm just trying to get a sense from everyone. Is that information you use now in the accountability system? It's important to have. Okay, well, I'll definitely put it on the list as something to think about. And again, I just want to remind everyone that there are measures that we know will go away, that we won't have an accountability anymore. There's some that probably don't need to be anywhere if it's not of value to folks, they're not using them, but certainly the ones that folks are using that are of value, whether it's through the interactive system or other reports or places, we will make every effort to have that information out there. It makes me very happy that so many institutions have embraced this accountability system and used it to create their own accountability systems, their own dashboards. So many presidents and chancellors, folks in leadership go to the accountability system and some of the data that's in the almanac as well that comes from there to use. And we want to make sure that that information that they find useful is still available. So we understand that it's important.
Julie, one more contextual measure that might be useful on the faculty side. SACS cares a lot about the percent of instructional faculty that are employed on a full-time basis. And currently in the accountability system, there's a measured percent of FTE teaching faculty who are tenure track, but not a measure on the percent that are employed full-time.
That might be something, if we look at number 3, that we could tweak a little bit. Under the efficiency and effectiveness, I'm on that page 16 where we have percent of FTE faculty who are tenure track. So this would be instructional. How would you characterize it then?
Well, I was thinking you could just add another one, percent of instructional faculty that are employed full-time, in addition to the percent that are tenure track.
Oh, so even if they're not tenure track, just what is your full-time instructional faculty? So include any faculty. Okay. Any sense about that? Anyone have any comments about that suggestion?
I have one question regarding Joe's suggestion. Sure. Would that be full-time based on the contract of a faculty or based on workload?
That's a good question. I would think generally they would be the same, I would assume. But Joe, do you want to weigh in on that?
Well, I don't know. I would guess that it would be based on the portion of the workload that's devoted to instruction and would not include administrative duties, perhaps, if it's possible to do that.
Percent 1 and 2.
Well, we also have to think about what we collect because we want to be careful that we don't get into something that isn't information that we have and that would be a burden to collect for something that might, in terms of the value that it would be. We do get on the 8, we do see if the amount of time administrative versus faculty. We sometimes question how that's reported and whether it's really reflective of what's happening. That data is used for different purposes. So I think that's one we'd want to think carefully about, whether we've got reliable, valid data to use for it. And maybe there is some sort of rather than a percent, just, I don't know, we'll think about it, because I think you're trying to get at something, sort of beyond tenure track, but just overall, who's working full-time as an instructor. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Well, it was actually a table that we had to put together and include in our SACS interim 5-year report to demonstrate that we had adequate full-time faculty involved in instruction.
When I worked on that same table, I understood it as getting at how many faculty have a permanent connection to the university and can serve the students with institutional memory, which means that we counted people on administrative leave, such as department chairs with half-time administrative release, as full-time. So they weren't teaching full-time, but they did have that institutional memory and institutional connection. That was my understanding of SACS's rationale.
Okay. That sounds reasonable to me. I wasn't trying to say exactly what the definition should be, but that it's something that would be useful, I think, to us, however it ends up being defined.
And then also along the same lines, Joe, when you said that made me think of, what about like percent of faculty that have terminal degrees? Instructional faculty with terminal degrees is important to SACS as well.
Oh, I see a lot of nodding, and I see some,
I just don't know where you get it.
Oh, yes, in terms of where we'd get that information, that's a good question. We don't collect that information now. Do we have the degree level for all faculty on the 8? Could you email Paul? I'm not sure for universities. I think the assumption is that the vast majority are going to have terminal degrees, but why don't you go ahead and email Paul, because he'll know for sure whether we get that. Because again, we want to think about the reporting burden as we look at this. If we don't have something that we feel like is really important for the accountability system purposes, for institutional improvement, we probably don't want to go in that direction. If it's something we do collect, I think that's a good point. Are there a lot of are folks seeing a lot of shifts? Is that something that SACS is asking for that's new, because they're looking at sort of shifts in the percent of faculty that are affiliated with the university in some kind of a full-time capacity? Or has that been around a long time, that measure?
I don't remember, but it would come from a concern that if one program has a high ratio of adjuncts, then they're right. But that's a different question than terminal degrees, because you can have nothing but adjuncts with terminal degrees and still.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of talking about a couple of different things here. Well, I think in terms of faculty, yeah, go ahead. We don't have it. Okay, so that's not something that we collect. I think we'll go back and look at, thank you for this feedback, because it's helpful to understand the concern about wanting to be able to reflect those faculty, that whether they're teaching full-time or they've got some kind of a full-time affiliation with the institution, even if they're on sabbatical, but that could be something I think that may be important as sort of an additional measure separate from under the goals, and obviously can relate to student success, which is, of course, a big focus of the plan. So we'll go ahead and look at those suggested ideas, especially in the case where we have the data, and maybe see if we can run some numbers and see what we have. Yes?
I just kind of wanted to clarify. I know we're talking about a lot of different measures going into the contextual piece here. Would these be specifically contextual to this plan, or are these just things people would like to have easy access to?
Well, I think that's a very good question, because we're talking about them. That doesn't mean that everything we've talked about is going to be here, because I think if you remember back to when Bill was talking earlier, we want to make sure we don't have everything but the kitchen sink in here, because then you've got everything but the kitchen sink and people don't know what to focus on. It could be a conversation around, we think it's important to reflect something about faculty. What do people feel like is the most important thing if we wanted to have some kind of accountability measure for people to be able to look and make comparisons and think about, what does this mean in terms of my institutional improvement, something as other stakeholders or legislators are accessing the system, would it really, give them the message that you want to give them? I think it's a really good point, and having a whole lot of different things sometimes can dilute the message. And we really don't want to do that because I think they're probably in the existing system. There's been some of that because there are so many measures. So again, we're going to take notes about all of the suggestions, but we want to make sure we're really focusing on those things that are most important given the purpose of the accountability system. And again, we will be very open, and I'm also open, if we've got other reports that even if it's not something we're doing now, that folks feel like this might be useful and helpful to have somewhere, but we want to make sure it's useful and we're not taking up a lot of time and important geography, in terms of the accountability system for things that maybe don't need to be there. So thank you for bringing us back. Okay. Well, it's now 2:15. I think we've gone through, I've given you just a little perspective on where some of these contextual measures have come from. Obviously, you can think about the key measure discussion we had as well, but why don't we take 15 minutes? You can use it, take a break if you need to. In fact, let's make it 20. Why don't you take a break and then come back, talk amongst yourselves if you have any other ideas or the things you're thinking about that you want to chat with other people before you bring them up with the whole group. Why don't you go ahead and do that, and then we will reconvene at 25 of 3. And we're here till 3:30, is that correct, Bill? And then we'll have a little further discussion, and then I think we'll see where we are. We'll do some wrap up, and then if we have some time left and you want to hear a legislative update, I can do that. Much of it's information that probably many of you are aware of already, since I know many of you were at TARE. But we can save some time for general questions too, if folks think that's important. So again, thank you, and we will reconvene in 20 minutes. And I don't know if they're still selling snacks. They may still have a little bit left down in our break room for the fundraiser, so feel free to wander down there and, buy a piece of cake or anything they might have left over. Thanks. And we've had some good discussion. And I understand we have another question, and then we'll move into any additional comments and suggestions that folks have as a result of their conversations. So we have Sharon from U of H Victoria.
Yes, I have a question on the proposed contextual measures related to efficiency and effectiveness. The line number 3% of FTE faculty who are tenure and tenure track.
Okay.
My question was, what are we attempting to prove with that measure? Because I can think of some people who would look at it and say, too many tenure track faculty, this is inefficient, and other people would look at it and say, not enough tenure track faculty, inefficient, and it could be the same number. So what do we want to?
So are you relating it to the fact that we're putting it under an efficiency and effectiveness heading more than just saying it's not important information, or are you suggesting it's not really helpful information overall?
My concern is that it could actually be counterproductive in some hands, that it could harm universities to have that kind of number out there, especially if it's connected to the idea of efficiency.
Well, in terms of harming, you mean that they don't have as many tenure track as other institutions? And I mean, it's certainly
it could go in different ways.
Yeah, I mean, is it information that would be helpful for folks who want to understand in Texas differences among institutions in terms of what faculties look like, whether it's students or legislators accessing the system? Would it be important for them to have an understanding at different institutions of tenure and tenure track faculty? Would it be important if people are trying to get a sense of an institution and their mission, and if there is that information? Is that making sense?
Yeah. I guess I'm just a little scared that it won't be taken in that way, because tenure track faculty are seen as very expensive. And so a high ratio of tenure track faculty could be seen as fiscally irresponsible.
Oh, so you're linking it to the efficiency and effectiveness, which is what I thought you were doing. And I really think we need to think about what we call those additional measures, because there are some that we sort of group there that would have been under, faculty was under excellence before, and if you were thinking of faculty under excellence, you might look at that measure in a different way. And so I see where you're going, that you've looked at it under that category, and you say, well, what are you trying to say about efficiency and effectiveness with this? Whereas if you looked at under excellence, you'd say, well, what are we trying to say about excellence? It's interesting, the message changes. And we absolutely were not trying, we were just taking those measures that we thought were important, that don't fit under the goals, but we thought needed to be there, and we were trying to categorize them. And as we were looking at, well, what might we call them? We currently have that efficiency and effectiveness, but I can see your point. It is very important, and that's why I was getting to earlier, what might we call this, or do we need some different categories? People might look at a category and read something different into a measure than necessarily what was intended, or if it was kind of standalone. Now, we could just have a general category too for other measures, other key measures, other contextual measures, and just call it other and let things stand on their own, if folks think that might be a suggestion we could bring forward.
Well, I'm the director of institutional effectiveness, and I believe that effectiveness is often very expensive, because like high impact practices, which was one of the things, those tend to be expensive. But I think there are some people, even at my own institution, who think that the institution hiring me was fiscally irresponsible. So,
well, that's why when you have the efficiency and the effectiveness together, I was just missing my notes, but I'll find them eventually. When you have the efficiency and the effectiveness together, they don't necessarily need, that's why we thought some things you could think of as effectiveness and not really efficiencies. So you might look at information about tenure track faculty having to do with the effectiveness of your faculty, as opposed to whether you're efficient about who you hire. And that's why we kind of ended up putting that there, because we thought it's fairly broad. But obviously it also could be misunderstood that this is all about, are we, costs and money savings, and, do you have Are you not spending appropriate amounts of money in various categories? You know, we didn't put it there for that reason. But again, we're happy to take suggestions. We do think efficiency and effectiveness is important, but again, they don't have to always be together. It could be, we could think of them as, it could be efficiency, comma, effectiveness, comma, you know, administrative something. I'm just trying to think, or research or something, but the tough part is we wanted something that would carry over for the community colleges and the two-year colleges and the career schools, to try to have that additional category or categories be something broad enough that it would function for everything in the system, so you're not going into the system and having, well, we have certain categories just for universities, broad categories that they don't have for other sectors. We were hoping to have it be something.
How about changing the efficiency and effectiveness to something related to faculty contribution, seeing as everything there is closely related to faculty?
Is everything, and again, I'm going to have to grab, here we go, I'm going to grab somebody else's version. Okay, no, somebody. So we've got student-faculty ratio, expenditures per student full-time student equivalent, so that's not a faculty. And then we've got research, which I guess you could say there's obviously, in some cases, a connection with faculty. Sometimes you've just got folks who are doing research who aren't faculty. So I don't know, do people think I think that might be a little too specific. It could be faculty, comma, I mean, again, we could group some things. We'll think about it. If you all can think about it, I know we've spent probably too much time on that already, but I think we can find something that'll work for everybody for those additional
I have a
measures.
comment that came.
Thank you. Go ahead.
From Susan.
Oh, yes.
Brown.
Who is that? No, I'm kidding.
I don't know her personally,
Yes.
but that's how the name
Yes.
sounds. The comment is about the two measures, contextual measures, about percent of students who enter college ready or not college ready and complete a credential, and the other 1% of unprepared and prepared who complete a college level course.
Yes.
That they are more appropriate for community colleges than universities, especially when it talks about credential.
Okay. Well, do we have any comments about that? Anyone else thoughts on that? Those are their TSI measures. Two of them are very similar, or are pretty much the same as what we've had in the past. They also tie to LBB performance measures that we have now, I believe, related, and they have applied to universities and community colleges in the past. It is new, of course, looking at overall completion by readiness and not readiness. So any comments about that and the appropriateness for universities? Most of you probably know right now about 90, maybe it's 85 to 90% of students coming into universities are, by the statewide standard, testing as ready. But we see real variation across institutions, where some it'll be 1 or 2% testing is not ready, and others 30% or more. So there is some variability there. All right, well, thank you. We will take that comment. Anything else?
Julie?
Yeah.
Just to follow up with what Sharon was saying earlier with regards to faculty, sorry to go back and beat that horse a little bit more.
No, that's fine.
For us, the issue of the percent of tenure track faculty that's part of, that is a percent of the FTE, it really only winds up being 50% or less, by virtue of the fact that many of the faculty that we have are in fact assigned to the university as staff in another category, but are considered instructional faculty. We also have a significant percentage of them who are experts in their field and not tenure track faculty. So in our case, the issue of tenure track faculty would be, well, you don't have enough. and yet you have all these expenditures associated with faculty. So, that's the opposite way of looking at it versus her way of looking at it, in that you have too many faculty and your expenses are excessive.
Yeah, I think you can come at this from many different angles, and of course, we understand institutions are different, and that's part of why we have different peer groups, and comparing across peer groups, of course, if you look at that tenure track faculty metric, it's going to look different for research universities, I think, than it will for master's universities or comprehensive institutions. So we're going to see some variability there, and we understand that, but I think what we want to get at is this something useful in terms of looking, understanding institutions and what they're doing, and in terms of institutional improvements, is it something where if you saw a change over time, or if there was a real difference in one place that we didn't see happening in another place, is it an indicator of some kind of change? It's thinking about it sort of beyond what does this, we look different than other places, but thinking about what over time can this tell us, and what can it tell us in comparison with an understanding of the context, and that our missions are different, and that we do have, different peer groups, and that you shouldn't, we know for most of these measures, we see real variability, or in many of them we see variability, and you see less when you look in peer groups, and we have the ability to make comments, but part of a system, an accountability system, is to show data for different institutions, so you can get a sense of what's happening at different places, and again, if we see changes. So I don't know if that's useful. I'd like to hear from other people about faculty measures. I don't think we need to have, again, a lot of faculty measures, but I think we really want to focus in on what is most important, thinking about where we are as a state, thinking about our plan, thinking about, for accountability purposes and improvement purposes and comparative purposes, what is going to be, sort of what's most important to look at for faculty. So I do appreciate the comments, and I think we can take that back. I think the comments about looking at instructional faculty, full-time instructional faculty, and understanding, maybe there's a way to fit some of that in. So please do, when you send additional comments or when you give us your worksheets today, make those comments, and it's something that we'll be happy to bring back to leadership here and talk to folks about really what are good ways to think about measures related to faculty. Okay. Any other comments or suggestions related to contextual? And then I also wanted to take a minute, is there anything that, and I think we'll leave, I was talking earlier with Beth from Texas State. When we send out information, we'll be sending out sort of information summarizing the meeting and asking for input, because I know you'll take some of this discussion back and come back with more suggestions or comments. But we will provide a place for institutions to include information that you've used in the past that's important to you, so we can look across institutions, and we know there's some measures that aren't going to be in accountability, but that maybe many of you are using, and so we'll make sure there's room for you to write those down. If you wanted to do that today, I'm happy to, again, ideas for additional reports or other information you want to make sure we have an interactive. So please feel free to either do that today or know that we will send something out where you can provide that input moving forward. And then, are there any other comments from folks in the field? Gabriella, have you had any more questions? And anyone who's here, anything else on the contextual measures? Anything that you think is, oh, you got another? Okay. Okay. Oh, so the idea of having that, not that we didn't have it, but the idea that maybe moving forward there could be an opportunity for institutions to choose something that they think really reflects something that's important to them, so it's kind of a... Yeah, now, there wouldn't be, of course, then you wouldn't have comparatives, you wouldn't have the purpose of comparative data, which is a lot of what accountability is about, but it would be a way, I don't know if you remember, and well, right now what we have is you have, under excellence, there's that opportunity to highlight excellent programs. maybe rethinking, and rather than something like that, it would be an opportunity to highlight some piece of data that really tells something about your institution. So it's almost, rather than being an accountability measure, it's almost a place for institutional highlights of, because then in some ways you could say it's comparative because everyone can do it, and so someone could look and see, well, what is this institution showing us? What are they highlighting as something that, here's something that really, shows how strong we are, whether it's in a particular area, working with certain types of students, something like that. What do people think? I'm just coming out with this from the top of my head, but I'm trying to get there because I know we won't have that excellence measure moving forward, but it would be a place where institutions could have could add something about, hey, here's some information, and certainly something that's I think something that rather than highlighting a program, it could highlight some overall statistic or data point that you think sheds light on who your institution is, or what your institution is and has to offer. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll definitely take that under consideration. I think that's something that I think institutions might appreciate as well. And maybe, and the other thing we could think about is, given the sort of student-focused aspect of the plan, and maybe it's something that could be sort of a student-focused, quantitative measure of some sort. And I know I'm being very general, but there might be some way to give it a little more shape than just, put anything here that you think, would highlight something, but something that, thinking about the plan and where we want to go as a state, if institutions really thought about it, what is something maybe that we do really well that we can highlight in a quantitative way that would show, that we're making a difference in terms of 60 by 30 techs and taking the state near where it needs to be. Helping students, whether it be something workforce-focused about students going on, or, student success moving through the pipeline, whatever the case may be. That may be a way to characterize it and really allow for a little flexibility, because we talk about the plan as being flexible in terms of strategies, that institutions can embrace those strategies that they think will really make a difference at their institutions and be creative about it. So I think that's a good idea, and it's one that we'd have to think about how to work with our folks developing the system, so I'm glad it came up now. So we will we'll share that and let you know, folks, what people think about that. Anything else? And thank you to whoever it was who suggested that. Appreciate it. Okay, well, I want to talk about targets a little bit before we do our wrap up of accountability, the accountability system, and then, if we have time and if you want to stay, I'm happy to, talk a little bit give a legislative update of some of the things that are going on. And again, since most of you were at TARE, I'm pretty much going to be talking about those things. We have a few additional updates to those activities. And I want to talk about targets, and I'd like all of us to talk about targets this is in a very broad way. I want to say that we have not made any decisions yet about institutional targets, whether they be targets that would be set here or targets that would be set by institutions. But we've been asked a lot. We've had a lot of folks say, all right, what are the institutional targets are going to be, and what measures or what goals and targets in the plan are we going to be setting targets for? Are you going to be setting targets for us for? So we've had a lot of interest in that, and no decisions have been made, and we thought it was really important to ask the folks in the accountability meetings if they have any thoughts about that, because many of you were directly involved in the target setting for closing the gaps, and you understand that we had targets too. Obviously, they were just tied to some key measures. We had some good discussion earlier about, for example, thinking about the student debt to first-year wage, and that might be something, if institutions we're setting targets could really have conversations about, all right, where should we be based on our students and our institutions and our degree programs? You know, where are we now? Where should we be for something like that? So I think that probably the best way to do this is to, I think we went back to the first page, which is great, and we can sort of think about those goals of the plan that we're going to be looking at institutionally. Obviously, we're not going to be looking at the 60 by 30, but we can talk about completion, and we can talk about the student debt and some of those, some of the targets that we looked at, and I'm happy to entertain any comments or feedback about what you all think might be a good approach for institutions as part of the accountability system. And this may be something folks want to sort of take back and think about a little bit more, and I didn't mean to spring it on you. But again, we're open to feedback. So in terms of for example, the completion goal, thinking about whether, because we understand institutions in terms of growth, in terms of what they're doing, for an institution that has made a determination that they're going to limit additional enrollment and try to stay at the same place. Obviously, you can still have make efforts to improve graduation rates, to improve completion, who our students are there, and that is a big focus of the plan, that we enroll an awful lot of students who don't complete. But one might think about completion in terms of an institution's overall growth plans, as well as an institution, you know, where an institution is now for the % of students who are completing versus where an institution wants to be. So again, this is something that we want to have more conversation about. I'd like folks to be able to have input from institutions. So we can leave that as an open-ended question again in the materials that we send out for additional comment if anyone has any comments. I know this was a hot topic a year ago at the accountability meeting, and now it's very quiet. Any thoughts?
I'd just say that I'd hope it would be, at the very least, a collaborative process. I mean, you know, our presidents are going to want to weigh in.
Yes.
On where it is. And recollection, although it was a long time ago when we set the other ones, was that there was some back and forth saying, well, if everybody achieved these targets, we still wouldn't achieve the closing the gaps targets. And so maybe y'all want to go back and look again. I kind of recall that was a process that went on, so it was kind of iterative.
I think you're right, and I know Susan is listening in and isn't here with us, because Susan Brown, of course, was at the coordinating board back at the beginning of Closing the Gap. So I don't know if she's able to jump in, but it was my understanding that I think institutions set targets, but then looking at it overall, that it wasn't going to get the state to where it needed to be, and so then you know, we established some targets as well, looking at where the state needed to be and looking at growth in different regions and growth by different groups. So where we thought, you know, here's where institutions need to be doing more because of population changes and increased growth, and these are the institutions that maybe don't need to be doing as much, of course, need to continue growing. So I think it was iterative, and I think that's part of why this, you know, a decision hasn't been made yet, is wanting to get feedback from institutions. You know, first the plan was adopted and wanting to very much focus on the statewide elements, but now it's time to start, you know, as we're looking at accountability and looking at having some new measures and looking at all of this information, time to think about, are there a couple of key measures where we would want to have targets? And again, would they come from the institutions, and from that process, would they come from here? Would it be a group process? Would you have institutional targets, and then we would also look at targets? There's lots of ways to think about it, which is why I just wanted to raise it and see if there's any thoughts. What we could do is, again, we can share this feedback. I know there hasn't been much, but we can think about ways to get additional information, whether it be focusing on a couple of different measures and just saying, these are things that we think we could look at. moving forward, or things that the coordinating board would like to look at moving forward, and then get the institutional feedback on how they would like to, or their feedback on the process. Because certainly I think it would be useful for institutions, and I don't know if it was true when you did it, to sit down and think about, okay, how can we contribute to these goals? What would we need to do to get there in terms of, completion-wise? The state is, I think for the completion goal, it's about a 3.8% increase in completions every year moving forward in order to reach the goal. So, institutions might want to sit down and think about, okay, well, what would we need to do to be at 3.8, and where are we now? And there might be some institutions that are going along at a faster clip who believe that, well, we're on track to do more than that. So I think there's a lot that can go into the conversation, but I did want to raise it and just make sure there wasn't, any information that we're not thinking about that would be helpful as we think about this here at the agency. But we will absolutely ask for feedback beyond this today to hear what institutions are thinking. There are going to be statewide meetings. That's the other thing I want to mention, because they'll also be engaging stakeholders at these statewide meetings, I believe, around targets. And I don't want to say exactly how, but certainly the conversations have been there. I think they're going to 7 or more, at least 7 regions of the state. There are going to be meetings to introduce the plan, where our commissioner is going, and other leadership. And I think one thing they're going to have some breakouts to talk about strategies for achieving the plan and what people can do. And it'll be, it'll be folks from institutions, but also folks from the community and businesses and K-12, and just sort of bringing people together to talk about the plan and strategies for a region. And and it's my understanding that they also will raise this topic there too. So we'll be getting additional feedback, and we think it's important to get feedback on how we should do this. I also understand, I don't think it was right away immediately that happened with closing the gaps. Is that correct? And that's also part of why, we're taking a little time to let the plan gel. We're obviously thinking about accountability now and how that ties to the plan, but also additional measures. So it's, I think it's a conversation that will be going on for a little while before it's, we've got something finalized. So, okay. Well, that takes care of thinking about institutional targets. Did anyone else have thoughts? I didn't look to my left here. No one else has anything they want to add. Well, please do share as you talk with folks, if you get any feedback about institutional targets. And we will share as things develop here what the current thinking is. And certainly if there's a couple of measures that are identified as being maybe viable and appropriate for institutional targets, we'll share that with you so you can give us feedback. Okay, well, I think we've had a really rich discussion about the plan and the measures, and I thank everybody very much. I'm going to leave it just, again, related to accountability. Are there any more general questions that have not come in yet that anyone would like to ask or share? It doesn't have to be around measures. It could be overall or timing or anything in general before we move on to using the final minutes to talk about other things. Okay, so in terms of next steps, I'm going to look to Bill and Chris, and my understanding just in terms of the accountability is that we're going to go ahead and we'll collect the information from you. So please leave your information. If you're not comfortable leaving it, you can go ahead and fill it out, and we will send something out to institutions, to all of you, if you want to provide feedback, and again, for other information that would be helpful. But you can leave these here today if you'd like, so we have your comments and suggestions. And then in terms of next steps, so we will get something out, and then I think we'll make a determination based on the feedback we received today and that additional feedback from mailing, whether it's most appropriate to bring everybody together for a telephonic meeting. We can do a kind of a big conference call. I think most folks having a meeting here is hard in terms of planning, so because I expect it would come up fairly soon, probably I'm guessing May, late April or May. So we would either do some kind of a webinar that people could interact with us over the webinar and kind of present, well, this is here where we are now with this. Or we would just kind of do a back and forth on, we get suggestions, we'll send back, okay, well, here's kind of what the thinking is now in terms of the measures. We may go in that direction, but we'll let you know, and we'll certainly make sure that everyone is kept involved in the process as we move forward and up to date on where we stand.
So if I could just add that when we do finally break and you are leaving, Chris or I or both of us will just kind of be standing in the back area. If you'll hand us this isn't a copy of it, but if you'll hand us anything that you wrote on either the contextual or key, just leave them with us. We're going to summarize them all and put them all together. The more feedback we can get now, the better. For the people who are listening remotely or online, if you will email to Gabriella whatever comments you want to contribute to the conversation, we'll incorporate those as well.
That's great. And let me ask, do folks think we need an additional paperwork, just something sent out to say, here's a place to add any other comments or suggestions, or are folks happy with just taking these back and having, you want something to be mailed that's sort of a little more? Okay, because I don't want to add what we did here and then go beyond that. I think I want to make sure we collect everything after this meeting that people want to share with us. So it'll just be kind of a little reminder email, hey, here's a date, by this date, if you could send us any more comments or suggestions that you have, and here's a place to go ahead and fill in if you want to suggest any measures be added or deleted from what we presented, and then any other comments about additional reports. So we'll send you, it'll be simple, but a way to sort of formally set a date and collect that information. So we'll go ahead and do that, and then we will set up either a meeting, or we will, again, email you and let you know, hey, this is what we're doing for next steps. You will, first be receiving a document to respond to, and then we'll have a meeting, or we'll have a meeting and provide a PowerPoint, wherever we decide to proceed, we'll keep you in the loop. Okay, so does that sound good? So we're clear on that. So in terms of moving forward, because I know folks would probably love to get going a little early, if you want, I'm happy to answer any questions about any other issues that would relate to changes at the coordinating board, studies that we're doing. If there's any, in fact, I will mention that I think we have a new coordinating board co-chair was just announced. We've got some new coordinating board members coming, so we'll have some changes at upcoming meetings. We're working on some legislative studies that I mentioned before, the students with intellectual and developmental disabilities. We're trying to finalize some rules for that and some items for collection. The AP study is ongoing. I know many of you have been involved in that, so that work continues, and I think all that data's been coming in. And working on a study of college prep courses, so our division has been very busy with some of these legislative studies. And we're getting ready to put the new almanac out. It'll probably be a little later than usual this year, just as we have some new staff that's been doing a great job working on it. But we also, I don't know that we'll get everything finalized for Closing the Gaps, but we wanted to have the most recent data we could to put in the Closing the Gaps section. So the new almanac will include 60 by 30 text and some information there, as well as some final Closing the Gaps numbers and information as we near the end of that era. Obviously, we were done in 2015, but we still have some of that data is trickling in. So I think the final Closing the Gaps report will be presented to our board in July. And at the June CAP meeting, we'll have a presentation on the final progress report. We will have progress reports on the new plan, of course, and be using the information, looking at the measures and the goals and all of that we've been looking at today. We'll have information in the progress report on those that tie directly to the plan. So that's my very short version. Again, any questions about anything? I know NC Sarah stuff is moving forward. Yes, Vicki. No, okay. Oh, okay, and Bill, go ahead.
Unless you already know the answer, then.
Yes.
But the one thing I wanted to say is for the two schools that have medical schools with them, UT Austin and RGV, there'll be additional data collection on the CBM 009. And I think when I talked to Doug, we were still trying to determine whether that would be in the university CBM 09 or whether we would ask them to do an HRI one. I don't know if that decision's been made, but
we can figure that out.
They got to keep an eye out for that, whoever does your reporting for that.
So. Yeah, no, we'll definitely are aware of that, and so we'll work on that. And I know we have the new measures just went through at the last board meeting that we're collecting for medical students who finish their medical degrees and where they're doing their residency. So we have those new data elements. So, all right. Well, then without further ado, thank you all very much for coming. I really appreciate it. It was nice to have those of you who were able to be here with us. And I know many folks were listening online, and we appreciate your questions and comments. And please continue to send those to us. Again, we'll be in touch soon, and we're here if you need us. Thank you.